Good afternoon, everybody. It is Steve Lookner with Agenda Free TV. Is the ceasefire collapsing in Iran? Hold on a second here. Hang on a moment. Hang on a moment. I just saw something. Where is this coming from? Iran launched missiles at the UAE, according to the UAE. But I just saw something else. Where is this coming from? Give me a moment here. UAE is currently responding to a missile threat right now. And then I'm seeing something about a report about CENTCOM saying that they eliminated some boats in the some Iranian boats. Where is that coming from? I don't know where that report is coming from. All right, give me one moment here. Let me put on the screen the thing from the UAE. I'm going to disappear for about 10 seconds. About 10 seconds. Hold on a second here. So you can see here, this was just posted about a minute ago. The UAE says air defense systems are currently responding to a missile threat in the UAE right now. Please remain in a safe location and follow official channels for warnings and updates. But give me 1 second here. Where is this report about CENTCOM coming from? But missile alert right now in the UAE. Missile alert right now in the UAE. Oh. Okay, Cassie Akiva with Real Daily Wire says that she's on a call with the CENTCOM commander, Admiral Cooper. And she says that he said 6 Iranian small boats were eliminated this morning by the U.S. All right, give me 1 moment here. There's a lot going on right now. So new fighting reported and missile alert right now in the UAE. All right, so we have a missile alert now in the UAE. And after the UAE reported Iran fired missiles at it earlier today, you can see right here, air defense systems are currently responding to a missile threat. Please remain in a safe location and follow official channels for warnings and updates. Oops, I have a typo in my headline. Sorry about that. There are also reportedly new attacks on shipping in the Strait of Hormuz, which we'll have to talk about. This is also from the UAE right here. This is about 4 minutes ago. The UAE's air defenses are currently engaging with missile and drone attacks originating from Iran. And the Ministry of Defense confirms the sounds heard in various parts of the UAE are the result of the UAE air defense systems intercepting ballistic missiles, cruise missiles, and drones. UAE air defense systems are actively engaging with missiles and UAV threats. Ministry of Defense asserts the sounds heard across the country are the result of ongoing engaging operations of missiles and drones. CENTCOM is the U.S. Again, according to reporter Cassie Akiva of Real Daily Wire, she reports that the commander of CENTCOM, U.S. military, said that 6 Iranian small boats were eliminated this morning. Okay, look. Dan Lamothe from Washington Post also just said in a call with reporters just now, this is from Dan Lamothe of the Washington Post. In a call with reporters just now, Admiral Brad Cooper of CENTCOM says Iran has opened fire on U.S. warships and commercial vessels today, but declines to say whether the ceasefire is over. U.S. forces returned fire and destroyed Iranian small boats. Wow. So I'm just going to put right now, new fighting reported in Iran war. Wow. Okay, a lot to get caught up on here, a lot developing. New fighting in the Iran war. Is the ceasefire over? Is the ceasefire over? Sounds like it could be. And then let me show you these new reports coming in recently from of ships attacked in the Strait of Hormuz. Look at this. We have this one. These are 2 different reports. These are not the same report. These are 2 different reports here. So let me show you these. We have this one, which is suspicious activity. UKMTO has received a report of an incident 36 nautical miles north of Dubai, which looks like it's in the Strait of Hormuz to me. UAE, the cargo vessel reported a fire in the engine room. The cause of the fire is unknown at this time. All crew are safe and accounted for. Then we also have another report which the UK MTO posted, which is this one. This is different report. A report of an incident, a similar area, but different report. 14 nautical miles west of Mina Sakar, UAE, UK MTO received information from a third party that a vessel was on fire and requesting vessels in the vicinity to keep a safe distance from them. Now, they posted this as two different reports, not as, so I assume it's two, it could end up being the same ship, but they posted it a short time after each other in two different reports. So we'll have to see if that turns out to be the same ship. And then also being reported, South Korea, Yonhap News, South Korea said that a South Korean ship had been attacked. Now, does this all turn out to be the same ship? I don't know. Yes, Yonhap News said that the South Korean Foreign Ministry said that a fire broke out following an explosion on a Panama-flagged vessel operated by a major South Korean shipping company and stranded in the Strait of Hormuz. And authorities are working to verify whether an external attack caused that incident. That was a vehicle, that was a cargo ship that was anchored in waters near the UAE within the Strait of Hormuz. So maybe this turns out to be all the same ship, but those reports coming in as well, so we'll keep an eye on that and let you know more when we hear it. And again, hold on a second here. Whoa. Hey, we have another update here. Faytux News found this from Oman. Look at this, guys. The Oman News Agency. The Oman News Agency posted this. Another report here of some sort of attack. Thanks to Faytux News for finding this. Oman News Agency, a security source reported that a residential building housing employees of one of the companies in the Tabat area of the Bukha governorate was targeted, resulting in moderate injuries to 2 expatriates, damage to 4 vehicles, and the glass of one of the neighboring houses. The competent authorities are investigating the facts, affirming their commitment to taking all measures to ensure security and safety of citizens and residents. That was posted 20 minutes ago. So we have, again, missiles fired at the UAE, an attack reported in Oman, a ship on fire in the Strait of Hormuz, the U.S. CENTCOM saying that Iran opened fire today on U.S. warships and commercial vessels, and the U.S. CENTCOM saying that they destroyed 6 Iranian small boats. What's happening with the oil price right now? I got to pull that up as well. Oil is going up right now. I am seeing right now a price of Brent crude at around 114.5, up about 6% today. WTI crude is getting close to 106. But I would think with this news we're starting to hear, you might start seeing prices go up higher. Brent crude, I am looking at Brent crude around, Brent around getting close to 115, and WTI crude around 106. Oh, I'm sorry. I forgot to mention, one of our viewers mentioned Flight Radar. Flight Radar had reported that flights to the UAE had been diverting earlier amid reported attacks on the region. So we'll have to check that out as well. New statement. New statement from the UAE. Hold on a moment. I'm seeing a new statement from the UAE. Let me translate this for you. Hang on. Hang on. Why is this acting weird? Let's see here. Let's see here. The UAE says, UAE strongly condemns renewed treacherous Iranian aggression using missiles and drones. I just translated this from the original. The UAE expressed its strong condemnation of the renewed treacherous Iranian terrorist attacks today, targeting civilian sites and facilities in the country using missiles and drones, which resulted in injuries to 3 Iranian nationals. That's from the UAE Foreign Ministry. Here is Flight Radar 24. Okay, look at this. Now, people are tracking this plane. So this is a plane that was flying to Dubai, and it looks like it was circling, but maybe it's an Emirates airplane. Looks like it's now heading to Dubai. Why is it? Yeah, so this plane had circled. Again, some of the UAE planes heading to the UAE had been diverting earlier. This plane is being tracked a lot. That plane, it says Dubai, Dubai. One area went from one Dubai. Oh, there's 2 Dubai airports, right? I think. Yes, DXB and DXC are DWC are 2 main airports in Dubai. Looks like this one maybe flew from one to the other. A short flight. Anyways, what are the other ones we see here? Well, that one looks like it had circled for a bit, but I'll keep an eye out. But new fighting now today in Iran, in the Middle East. And hold on, I am seeing some other things here. Tasneem says, Tasneem State Media Iran says a senior military official says the U.S. claim that it sank a number of Iranian warships is false. That is from Tasneem. Iranian state media Tasneem in response to U.S. claim that it sunk 6 Iranian small boats this morning. A senior military official says the U.S. claim that it sank a number of Iranian warships is false. All right, so Iran is denying that its ships were sunk. So new fighting breaking out. Is the ceasefire over? Is the ceasefire over? Oh, Carla Babb, who I follow, she is a Newsmax military reporter. She says the U.S. military says, maybe she was on this call as well. U.S. military says Apache helicopters sunk 6 small attack boats from Iran that were trying to attack ships. Again, Carla Babb, this is being reported by multiple people, by the way. Tara Kopp is reporting something similar. I think they were all on a call with CENTCOM leader, Brad Cooper. But Carla Babb says the U.S. military says Apache helicopters sunk 6 small attack boats of Iran that were trying to attack ships. Tara Kopp reports that Central Command says it has fired on and eliminated 6 Iranian fast boats today that were approaching commercial vessels. CENTCOM Commander Admiral Brad Cooper said in the past this would have been a bigger swarm. Remember, the U.S. started an operation today. The U.S. military started an operation that they said is designed to open up the Strait of Hormuz to commercial shipping again. That began today. And after that happened, we now have again the U.S. saying it sunk 6 small Iranian attack boats. We have the UAE saying Iran has fired missiles at it. Oman saying an attack by Oman saying that an attack by, did they specifically say Oman? Yeah, Oman saying a residential building housing employees of a company in Oman was targeted, I assume by Iran. Our oil price right now, I am seeing oil prices at Brent around 114 and a half, WTI US crude about 106, both up on the day. Here is the current Strait of Hormuz. I don't think we would see the Iranian small boats and the U.S. ships in the strait. I don't think. I mean, on marine traffic, live tracking. Let me show you though from the strait here. Let's take a look at the last few hours. Play the last 12 hours. Oopsie. This is the last 12 hours. Now, oh, I forgot to mention something, which I'll mention in a second. There's no giant movement of lots of ships through the strait. I mean, it seems like a few ships are moving through, and that's something that's been happening regularly. Um, but something I forgot to mention earlier as we look at this is that the U.S. said, I believe it escorted 2 U.S. flagged commercial ships through the strait today. In case you missed that, let me show you that. Hey, look right here. All right, well, I'll let this finish playing here. Look at this. This is from CENTCOM. U.S. Navy guided missile destroyers are currently operating in the Persian Gulf, which they call the Arabian Gulf, transiting the Strait of Hormuz. After transiting the Strait of Hormuz, they said that guided missile destroyers, they claim, went through the Strait of Hormuz into the Persian Gulf/Arabian Gulf in support of Project Freedom. American forces are actively assisting efforts to restore transit for commercial shipping. As a first step, 2 U.S. flagged merchant vessels have successfully transited through the Strait of Hormuz and are safely headed on their journey. So I assume those are 2 ships that were trapped, had been trapped during the war inside the Gulf. They say that 2 of them have gotten out today. Oman posted some sort of warning. What is this? Hold on a moment. I just saw a post from Oman. Give me a moment here. Let me pull this up for you. Excuse me. I haven't even seen it myself because I have to translate it. Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. It's what we read before. This is from Oman. A security source reported that a building housing employees of a company in part of Oman was targeted. Moderate injuries to 2 people, damage to 4 damage to 4 vehicles, and broken windows in a neighboring house. I assume that was an Iranian attack. We talked about that before. I thought it was a new post from them, but it was the same thing we had heard about before. Again, Iran is claiming that the U.S. did not sink any of its ships today, any of its small boats. Also, Iran is denying that any ship passed through the Strait of Hormuz in recent hours. I'll show you this right here. Hold on. This is from Iranian state media. So they point out that CENTCOM said 2 U.S. commercial ships passed through the Strait of Hormuz. They also said that U.S. destroyers passed through the Strait of Hormuz. Um, the IRGC, Revolutionary Guard, says no commercial vessel or oil tanker has passed through the Strait of Hormuz in the past few hours. The claims made by American officials are baseless and entirely false. Any maritime movements that go against the declared principles of the IRGC Navy will face serious risks, and any vessels that violate these principles will be decisively stopped. Hey, a quick thank you to Mama Cat, our member, One Dekash, our member, Least Trustworthy Weasel, Jennifer Taylor for the memberships. Thank you, Jennifer. Temmie Dank for the memberships. Thank you. Chris Renfro, 34. Thanks, Chris. Corey 2S. Thank you. Weasel Man. Thank you. Patricia Grace. Thanks for the memberships. Renee Lorraine in Canada. Thank you. DeWatchman. Thanks for being a member. Butter Noodles. Thanks for being a member. Carrie Poteet. Thanks for the memberships. De Haviland. Thanks for being a member. Mitchell Pilot. Thank you. Captain Jerry Donnelly, thank you. Also, Seba Vidal, thank you. Asked about Lebanon. There has been fighting going on the last several days. Israel has been launching attacks against Hezbollah in Lebanon, claiming they're violating the ceasefire. Maybe it's a little. I think we'll probably talk about that a bit later. But that ceasefire, I think, is technically still in effect, but there's been fighting going on for days now in Lebanon. Israel has repeatedly announced that it was carrying out airstrikes in Lebanon. But again, I don't want to. Maybe we'll talk about that a little later. For the focus now, we'll talk about the new fighting today that's breaking out in and involving Iran. All right, hold on a second here. Seeing some report about a Trump quote, but not sure where the original source for that is. Oh, here we go. Trey Yingst reports, Trey Yingst from Fox News reports that he talked with President Trump for 20 minutes. And President Trump told Fox News the Iranians will be blown off the face of the earth if they attack U.S. vessels that are guiding ships through the Strait of Hormuz as part of Project Freedom. So that suggests, kind of suggests that U.S. ships are escorting ships through the Strait of Hormuz. I'm not sure. Anyways, President Trump tells Fox News, says Trey Yingst, the Iranians will be blown off the face of the earth if they attack U.S. vessels that are guiding ships through the Strait of Hormuz as part of Project Freedom. So again, this all started, we came on the air last night to cover this, but this all started um, apparently because the U.S. President Trump had announced last night that, well, he initially announced this operation by the U.S. to guide trapped ships out of the Strait of Hormuz, an operation that was not agreed to with Iran. Um, and then after he announced that, CENTCOM, the U.S. military, announced that an operation was going to begin, not just to free the trapped ships. CENTCOM said that the operation was to open up the Strait of Hormuz to commercial shipping, basically to stop Iran from blocking the Strait of Hormuz. CENTCOM said this would involve destroyers, over 100 aircraft, 15,000 troops. So we were covering this last night. And apparently that has started today. CENTCOM said it escorted two U.S. flagged vessels were able to leave through the Strait of Hormuz, leave the Gulf. And also CENTCOM said that they had sunk 6 Iranian small boats that were approaching commercial vessels. And also, CENTCOM said that Iran opened fire on U.S. warships and commercial vessels today. Now, we've also had, after that, the UAE saying that Iran fired missiles at it, and several people were injured in the UAE in an attack. We have a new report of a ship on fire, in one or more ships on fire in the Strait of Hormuz. We have Oman reporting that a building there has been targeted, which I would assume is an Iranian attack. So, again, the UAE says Iran has shot missiles and drones at it today. So, new fighting in the Iran war. Is the ceasefire over? Oil is up today. WTI crude, U.S. crude is around 106, up over 4% that I'm looking at. And Brent crude is up about 6% to close to 115. So new fighting breaking out. Also, the stock market, I'm seeing the Dow is down about 1%, S&P down about 0.5%. Let's try to get you some more updates here. Hey, thank you to our moderators who are with us. We have moderating. Ruth and Beth Mythical are moderating right now. Thank you so much for moderating over there on YouTube. Over on Twitch, we have moderating Idaho Star, Da Bears. I got that fire, Matthew Kohai 3, Surly Dev and Tariag. Linda Belk, Larry, and Misha moderate for us on X. And on, hang on a moment here. So what's going to happen next? New fighting breaking out. What's going to happen? You're going to hear myself twice. Thanks to our Facebook moderators as well. I really appreciate it. Kay Lowry Body's moderating over there. Thanks to Barry Eisler for subscribing over on Facebook. Aaron Van Ness, thanks for subscribing. Thanks also Bite Mode and Sticky Frog for being members on YouTube. And, oh, I'm sorry, I didn't thank on Twitch. Thanks to Who Shot JR for your support. Anonymous Gifter for the gift sub. Jan Joel, thanks for subscribing. Thank you, and Lynn Austin for the bits. I really appreciate it. Cece for the bits on Twitch. Annie Cush, thanks for subscribing. Klobby, Flaps15, thanks for subscribing. And Lynn Austin for the gift sub. Brand Nubian, thanks for subscribing. And Justin D. Winters, thanks for subscribing. Sorry, I'm behind on thanking people on Twitch. Thanks Cece for the bits. Grant74 for Grant74P for subscribing on Twitch. Thank you. It is 8:33 p.m. Iran time. Now, I would assume, obviously, because the U.S. has said today that it got two U.S. Commercial ships out of the Gulf through the Strait, and the U.S. has announced. Remember that the U.S. has announced Project Freedom, that they say is the goal is to restore freedom of navigation for commercial shipping through the Strait of Hormuz. So this is a U.S., as we talked about last night, what they say it's a major military operation by the U.S. to unblock the Strait of Hormuz, which obviously Iran is not going to be on board with, because Iran wants to keep the strait closed. They want in perpetuity to be able to charge tolls on the Strait of on ships going through the Strait of Hormuz. And the Strait of Hormuz, right, is their biggest leverage right now that they have over the rest of the world. That's their big negotiating leverage. If they're going to get concessions, if you know that would, because it's hurting the economy of the rest of the world. So that's their biggest leverage to get any possible concessions. But they also want to keep control of it in perpetuity, they say. So obviously Iran is not going to be on board with the U.S. trying to open up the Strait of Hormuz to shipping. So if the U.S. tries to move more ships through the Strait of Hormuz out of the Gulf, what's Iran going to do about it? Will they fire drones and missiles at the ships? The U.S. says that it sunk 6 Iranian small boats today. But this is, obviously something that Iran is not going to be on board with, and they're going to see this as a major threat to them. But the U.S. says that this operation is underway. We talked about this last night. It appears that the blockade itself, that the U.S. is no longer just relying on a blockade of Iran, that this is a new strategy for the U.S. And something else to keep in mind, given that Iran will feel so threatened by this, we've already seen the UAE say that Iran fired missiles and drones at them. How might Iran respond to escalate the situation if they feel they need to put pressure on the U.S.? Could they target sensitive energy infrastructure in the region? Could they target the east-west oil pipeline in Saudi Arabia or other important oil facilities in Saudi Arabia? Could we see the Houthis, backed by Iran, try to target shipping in the Red Sea, in the Bab al-Mandeb Strait, which would be a big escalation? So will there be escalation now from the Iranian side? And again, President Trump told Fox News today that Iran will be blown off the face of the earth if they attack U.S. vessels carrying out Project Freedom. CENTCOM just posted this here. It says Admiral Brad Cooper says vessels currently in the Arabian Gulf represent 87 countries from around the world, and as the president mentioned, they are merely neutral and innocent bystanders. Over the last 12 hours, we've reached out to dozens of ships and shipping companies to encourage traffic flow through the Strait of Hormuz, consistent with the president's intent to help guide ships safely through the narrow trade corridor. So the U.S. wants ships that have been trapped by the Iranian closure in the Persian Gulf. They want these ships to actually go through the Strait of Hormuz. And also, I assume other ships that might want to do shipping. Will those ships want to do that? One of our viewers says, who wants to test it out? That's what Sunshine said. Oh, I wanted to mention this as well. Sorry, I forgot to mention this. I posted this and forgot to mention it. This was an announcement from the UAE about an Iranian attack today. They said that following up on the previously reported Iranian attack in the Fujairah petroleum industry zone, authorities announced 3 Iranian nationals sustained moderate injuries. So this was an Iranian attack in the Fujairah petroleum industry zone. What else did they say about this? Yes, earlier today, the UAE said 4 cruise missiles launched from Iran were detected toward various areas across the country. They were successfully engaged over the country's territorial waters, while 1 fell in the sea. That was a different attack. That was posted about 2 hours ago, hour and a half, 2 hours ago. You can see the headline on AP right now. Trump launches a new effort to reopen the Strait of Hormuz. U.S. forces have on today began an effort to guide commercial ships through the Strait of Hormuz. 2 American-flagged merchant ships have successfully transited through the critical waterway, the U.S. military said. Earlier, by the way, Iran had claimed that it hit a U.S. ship with 2 missiles, which the U.S. denied. Hey, look, so this tells some of what the Central CENTCOM today. In his call with reporters, Admiral Cooper of CENTCOM, where is it here? Here, look. Admiral Brad Cooper, the head of U.S. Central Command, said during a news conference that Iran has launched multiple cruise missiles, drones, and small boats at ships the U.S. military is protecting. He said each and every one of the threats had been defeated. U.S. military says it sunk 6 Iranian small boats that were targeting civilian vessels. Admiral Cooper said U.S. military helicopters have sunk 6 Iranian small boats that were targeting civilian vessels in the Strait of Hormuz. Cooper said the U.S. military has been able to clear a pathway in the Strait of Hormuz that is free of any Iranian mines in an effort to allow commercial vessels to transit the narrow waterway. I'm going to post that as well. So again, AP reports that Admiral Cooper said the U.S. military has been able to clear a pathway in the Strait of Hormuz that is free of any Iranian mines in an effort to allow commercial vessels to transit the narrow waterway. Cooper also said the U.S. military has set up a defensive umbrella that includes American helicopters and fighter planes to protect the freighters leaving the strait. Hang on a moment here. So again, I want to mention that again. So AP reports, I guess they were on this call with Admiral Cooper, that Admiral Cooper of CENTCOM said the U.S. military has been able to clear a pathway in the Strait of Hormuz that is free of any Iranian mines in an effort to allow commercial vessels to transit the narrow waterway. Cooper said U.S. military has also set up a defensive umbrella that includes American helicopters and fighter planes to protect the freighters leaving the strait. Cooper says Iran initiated aggressive behavior in Strait of Hormuz. In his call with reporters, Cooper declined to say whether the ceasefire between Iran and the U.S. was over or not, but noted that it was Iran that initiated aggressive behavior in the Strait of Hormuz Monday. Cooper said the U.S. military is serving as a defensive force to give a very clear defense to commercial shipping to allow them to proceed out of the Arabian Gulf. That's what we're focused on, Cooper said. What we saw this morning was Iran initiating aggressive behaviors. We are simply going to respond to that. Cooper does not offer details about whether U.S. was protecting sites that came under Iranian attack. Asked whether the U.S. was protecting sites in the UAE that came under Iranian attack today, Cooper said he didn't want to go into details. Authorities in the Eastern Emirate in the UAE of Fujairah said an Iranian drone sparked a fire at a key oil facility, wounding three Indian nationals. The British military also reported two cargo vessels ablaze off the UAE. President Trump, I think, just posted on Truth Social. Hold on a second here. New post on Truth Social from President Trump. Breaking news. Truth Social. President Trump says Iran has taken some shots at unrelated nations with respect to the ship movement Project Freedom, including a South Korean cargo ship. Perhaps it's time for South Korea to come and join the mission. We have shot down 7 small boats, or as they like to call them, fast boats. It's all they have left. Other than the South Korean ship, there has been at this moment no damage going through the strait. So that implies that it was damage going through the strait? I don't know. Secretary of War Hegseth and Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff Dan Kane will have a news conference tomorrow morning. Thank you for your attention to this matter. So there you go. Oops, hold on a second. Let me get that posted again. One moment, please. There we go. Doesn't sound like, is there technically still a ceasefire at this point? I don't know. Allison Fowler says, no idea. What's happening with oil prices? Oil is about one. It's interesting. I wonder if the oil market is divided between people who are like, oh, there's more fighting, and people who are like, oh, maybe this will bring an end to the war. I don't know. But Brent crude I'm seeing is about 113.5 right now, and WTI around 105. Now, somebody said, one of the viewers said, well, that the map shows ships not moving through the strait. I mean, there could be ships that are moving through with their transponders off. I mean, on marine traffic, we're not seeing a huge movement of ships through the strait. 2 U.S. flagged ships moved through today, according to CENTCOM. By the way, thank you so much to Lidwine Elizabeth. I really appreciate it. Thank you. AZ Intel's dad, thank you so much. Soka Deb, our member. O6PU, our member. Thank you to Dan and Maggie for the gift memberships. And WGS Mercator for being a member. Sticky Frog for being a member. Bite Mode as well. We're bringing you live coverage here. But you can see right there, President Trump says that the U.S. shot down 7 small boats of Iran's. CENTCOM said that Iran, well, if I can pull it up here again. Today, CENTCOM said that the U.S., that Iran fired on, that Iran, where is it here? Iran opened fire on U.S. warships and commercial vessels. Dean Tate says it's a start. Oh, I have an update from Carla Babb. Carla Babb from Newsmax, military reporter I follow, just posted, and she reports that Admiral Cooper from CENTCOM says more commercial ships are en route to travel across the strait after 2 U.S. flagged ships successfully made it through the strait today. Carla Babb says, when I asked how many ships had been hit by Iran, he declined to give a number. And he said, don't tell the enemy you know what they've been able to achieve. President Trump implied that the South Korean ship was hit going through the strait. Is that true? That would seem like it would be a big deal. Remember, President Trump said, other than the South Korean ship, there has been at this moment no damage going through the strait. That implies that it was hit. Was the South Korean ship trying to go through the strait and then it was hit? I don't know. Remember, the South Korea said that there was a fire broke out following an explosion today on a Panama flagged vessel operated by a major South Korean shipping company. Now, the thing is, the South Korea report said that the ship was anchored near the UAE within the strait when it was hit or when it exploded. And it said the cause was under investigation. President Trump said that Iran had attacked a South Korean ship. Sorry, just checking for updates here. President Trump saying that the U.S. sank 7 Iranian small boats today. Hang on. Hang on. So what is going to happen next? We have escalation in the fighting. Is there no more ceasefire? Wow. Will Iran try to escalate now on its end in response? So I have a lot of things I'm looking at here. So are we going to see just day after day? I mean, there are hundreds of ships, I believe hundreds of ships that have been stuck in the Gulf. In the Gulf, there's the Gulf right there, because Iran has effectively closed the Strait of Hormuz. The U.S. is encouraging ships to go through the Strait of Hormuz. But I mean, are we going to see, and reportedly offering them some degree of protection, are we going to see just day after day of ships attempting to go through the Strait of Hormuz and Iran possibly launching attacks on those ships? Oh, the Wall Street Journal said that according to, hold on a second here. Is this? Hang on. According to the Wall Street Journal, Admiral Cooper of CENTCOM said that to encourage ships to use the path, remember, Admiral Cooper said that the U.S. had cleared a path, had cleared a path, making sure there was no mines there, and that they've told ships they can use that path. And the Wall Street Journal says that Admiral Cooper said that to encourage ships to use this path, the U.S. moved U.S.-flagged ships through the waterway first. And Cooper said, by doing this today, the U.S. assumed the risk and set the example for other vessels. Oh, by the way, remember I told you last night that President Trump said the goal of the operation initially was just to get the trapped ships out, and then CENTCOM posted about the operation and they didn't mention trapped ships. They just basically said the goal was to open up the Strait of Hormuz. Well, Wall Street Journal says, though the current focus is on moving ships out of the Persian Gulf, Admiral Cooper of CENTCOM said the U.S. aims to clear a two-way path in the strait so that commercial ships can enter and leave the oil-rich Persian Gulf freely. Okay? So, they are saying that that is the goal and not just to get the trapped ships out. Hang on, now I can't find this. Give me one moment here. What did I do? What did I do? Oh, there it is. Yeah, so obviously, Iran is going to see this attempt by the U.S. to open up the Strait of Hormuz as, I mean, possibly an existential threat, because that is their most important leverage they have on the rest of the world right now, is the ability to close the Strait of Hormuz. So, could we see Iran escalate in some way that we haven't seen so far? For example, attacking some new types of or new, energy sites in the Middle East to try to put more pressure on the world economy. Oh, hold on a moment. Breaking news. New warning, missile warning from the UAE. New missile warning from the UAE. UAE air defenses are currently dealing with missile attacks and drones from Iran. And the Ministry of Defense confirms the sound heard in various parts of the country are the result of the UAE's air defense systems intercepting ballistic missiles, cruise missiles, and drones. UAE air defense system are actively engaging with missiles and UAV threats. So this was posted 6 minutes ago. 6 minutes ago, more missiles and drones being fired at the UAE by Iran. That one goober says bye-bye ceasefire. There have been several waves of attacks by Iran today on the UAE like this. Why the UAE? Iran has done this throughout the war, has attacked other Middle Eastern countries throughout the war as a way to put pressure on the world to stop the attacks on Iran. They're not going to be able to take on the U.S. military directly. So they are trying to find other ways to pressure the U.S. to stop fighting it. The U.S. and Israel. Hang on a moment. Let's see here what's going. Do we have any reports from the UAE? Give me a moment here. Oh, do we have flight radar? Is flight radar 24 showing any diversions right now? Let's see. Okay, let's go to the UAE here. Here's the UAE. Do we have any flights holding up? Yes, we are. There's a flight circling right there. That is that right here? Yes, that flight is a Kabul to Dubai flight, which appears to be in a holding pattern right now, circling. This plane might be, it looks like it's circling too. This is a Air Arabia flight that was headed to Sharjah, which seems to have taken a hard right. There is a U.S. refueling tanker flying over the Persian Gulf right there. Are there two of them there? There are two of them. There are two U.S. refueling tankers with their transponders on, flying over the Persian Gulf, refueling U.S. aircraft. Strait of Hormuz is right here. So again, UAE reporting that they are under attack again by Iranian missiles and drones. We'll try to get an update on that situation. This is something from Iranian state media. They're talking about a purported threat to Iran from the UAE. A military source reacting to the exaggeration attributed to the UAE told state media Tasnim News in Iran, no official threat has been announced from the UAE so far. And what is being said so far is news that is in the media quoting sources. But if the UAE becomes Israel's plaything and makes mistakes, they will learn a lesson they will never forget. He emphasized, if the UAE takes an unwise action, all of its interests will become Iran's target and no point of the Emirati facilities will be safe. The military source in Iran noted the Emirates knows that it is sitting in a very fragile and delicate glass house and that insecurity is absolute poison for it. If it wants to repeat the mistake of the 40-day war, we will completely abandon restraint and deal with the Zionist nest as part of the Zionist regime. That is from Iranian state media. Things seem to be escalating. I don't see. I mean, right now we have the U.S. saying it's undertaking an operation to open the Strait of Hormuz. So, I mean, I don't see, if that's going on, I don't see things de-escalating anytime soon while that's happening. Emirates news agency in the UAE says the UAE air defenses are currently dealing with rocket and missile and drone attacks coming from Iran. Wow. Big escalation today. Give me a moment here. Hold on a second here. Sorry, I'm just checking some of the messages people have sent. All right, we're bringing you the latest updates here. And I haven't heard anything on the latest Iranian missile/drone attack on the UAE. Keeping an eye out to see if we hear more about that. Checking some Middle Eastern outlets as well. Hey, oh no, I don't think that's new actually. I just saw a report, but I think it's the same thing we've been hearing about. Al Quds newspaper says, well, I don't know. Let's go back to flight radar. So if you look at flight radar here, we have, this plane might have just come out of circling. This plane was circling this Ariana Afghan Airlines plane heading to Dubai. It was circling, and now it looks like it's actually going into land. This plane too, Fly Dubai plane from Sarajevo to Dubai, looks like it is going into land now too after circling. So maybe they've stopped delaying planes. I don't know. This plane is still circling, this Air Arabia plane. As again, when you have these Iranian attacks on the UAE, they can stop the planes from landing temporarily at the airports. Thank you to Tepi, our member, Mother of the Paranormal, our member, Michelle Asiavadi, our member. Thank you. Also, thanks on Twitch to Anonymous Gifter. Thanks for the gift sub. Who Shot JR, thank you. We're bringing you the latest updates here. New fighting breaking out today in the Iran war. Is the ceasefire over? Maybe we should do a poll. Is the ceasefire over? So if you don't think it's over, you think like, yeah, there were some attacks today, but, in the next few days, it's going to go back to the way it was. All right, I'm posting that poll right now, and we'll see what people say. Let me just get this posted. Okay, before I show you the responses, I'll show you this. I'll show you thinking about what to say. Now let's check out what you did say. Over on YouTube, 81% of people say, yes, it is over. On Facebook right now, it's 100% say it's over. And on Twitch, look at Twitch, very similar. 80%, 79%, almost the same. It's the same on YouTube and Twitch. Look, I told you we were covering this last night, and I was saying Man, this seems undercovered to me. This whole development, it seems like a huge development. This major U.S. military operation to open up the Strait of Hormuz. And look what's happened today. Mr. Bigley on Credible says Bigley development. And I'll say it again. Iran is going to see this operation as possibly an existential threat, threatening their major source of leverage, which is being able to close the Strait of Hormuz. So if Iran was waiting to escalate in certain ways, they certainly might consider those ways now. If they think they need it. I mean, now Iran might also think, hey, let those ships start going through the strait and we'll attack more ships, right? So, yeah, 2 U.S. flagged ships went through today. But I should say, if Iran thinks, hey, if ships start going through, we're going to just attack more ships with drones or missiles or small boats, or it doesn't have to be small boats, it can be drones or missiles too. They might think that we're not going to escalate too much yet because we want to, they might think that other ships are not going to want to go through the strait right now. So maybe they'll focus on attacking some ships in the strait, in and around the strait, to try to deter. Again, the U.S. says, hey, we want to open up the strait. We want ships to go through the strait, but will ships actually take the U.S. up on that? All right, thanks for voting in our poll. So most of you think that the ceasefire is over. If you missed it, President Trump, I'll show you what President Trump said again. If you missed it, here's what he said. Iran has taken some shots at unrelated nations with respect to the ship movement Project Freedom, including a South Korean cargo ship. Perhaps it's time for South Korea to come and join the mission. We've shot down 7 small boats, or as they like to call them, fast boats. It's all Iran has left. Other than the South Korean ship, there has been at this moment no damage going through the strait. Secretary of War Hegseth and Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff Kane will have a news conference tomorrow morning. Thank you for your attention to this matter. CNN reports that an Israeli air defense system deployed to the UAE was involved in intercepting Iranian missiles today. CNN also reports that Israel had secretly deployed an Iron Dome aerial defense system and the soldiers to operate it to the UAE. They said that was first reported by Axios. Just a reminder, we haven't gotten updates on the ships. There were 2 reports of ships. Well, South Korea said one of their cargo ships had been hit in the Strait of Hormuz. I don't know, and there were 2 other reports of ships in the Strait of Hormuz. And maybe one of these is a South Korean ship. But again, we have this one, which is UKMTO has received a report of an incident 14 nautical miles west of Mina Sakar, UAE. We received information from a third party that a vessel was on fire and requesting vessels in the vicinity to keep a safe distance from them. The cause of the fire has not been verified at this time. Maybe that's the South Korean ship, I don't know. And then a different report that came out at a similar time from UKMTO, roughly similar location. A cargo vessel reported a fire in the engine room. The cause of the fire is unknown at this time. Oh, I just saw this. Faytux News mentioned this. Look at what the UAE announced. Look at what the UAE announced. Here we go. From the UAE. The UAE Ministry of Education announces the implementation of distance learning starting on Tuesday the 5th until Friday the 8th, all week, for students, teachers, and administrative staff across nurseries and all public and private schools nationwide. This measure is being taken to ensure the safety and well-being of the educational community. This may be extended if necessary. Basically, no in-person school the rest of the week in the UAE. Christian Point says they expect something big is coming. Well, it certainly seems like they expect some possible more attacks this week from Iran. By the way, the NTSB posted Sunday's event involving a United Airlines Boeing 767 that struck a light pole on final approach to runway 29th at Newark Liberty International Airport has been declassified as an accident due to the extent of damage to the airplane. They are investigating. That plane also reportedly struck a bakery truck. Patrick Dahan, who is also known as Gas Buddy Guy, He said that Americans have now spent $23.9 billion more on gasoline since March 1st. Because of the higher prices. He's an gas buddy guy. He specializes in reporting on gas prices. Oh, I'm seeing, was there a new airspace closure? Or some kind of airspace restriction in the UAE? IL Red Alert said the UAE Airspace Authority said the Emirates flight information region is partially closed, with traffic permitted only on specific arrival routes to designated airports. So it's not a totally closed airspace. Oh, hold on a second here. That was IL Red Alert who posted that. Oh, I'm sorry. The Facebook poll is still open. I didn't close the Facebook poll. I'm sorry about that. Thanks for letting me know. Hey, thanks so much, by the way, to our moderators. Kay Lowry Body is moderating. Thanks, Kay. Thanks also Barry Eisler for being a subscriber and Diane Allworth for being a subscriber. Thanks, Brian Davio, for subscribing and for the Facebook stars. Brian, hold on a second. Thanks again, Brian, for being a subscriber. Also, thanks to Roberts May Queen over there on YouTube, moderating over there. Thank you. Leslie Ladyhawk is moderating. Thank you. On Twitch, Idaho Star, I Got That Fire, Matthew Kohai 3, and Surly Dev. Also on Twitch, thanks to Anonymous Gifter for the gift sub. And also Linda Belk, Larry, and Misha, who moderate for us on X. Thanks to Gator Norris and Enables and Jesus UCSB and Boz6844 and Frosty Dog. Also, Sarah Deacon 1, our member. What will happen next? Oh, I have a video here. Hold on a second here. Oh, that's old. Here's a report from Reuters. You can see Iran hits ships and UAE oil port in show of force after Trump orders Navy to open strait. Iran hit several ships in the Strait of Hormuz today and set a UAE oil port ablaze as President Trump's attempt to use the U.S. Navy to free up shipping provoked the war's biggest escalation since a ceasefire was declared 4 weeks ago. Trump's new mission, Project Freedom, which he announced on social media overnight to release ships stuck in the strait, was the first apparent attempt to make use of naval power to unblock the world's most important energy shipping route. Now, Reuters says the gamble appeared to have backfired, but the U.S. says that 2 U.S. flagged ships did escape through the strait. Reuters does say that there's no surge of merchant shipping through the strait yet, but we'll have to see. We'll have to see if other ships start going through the Strait of Hormuz. And Iran had long threatened to respond to any escalation with new attacks on its neighbors. The U.S. military said 2 U.S. merchant ships had made it through the strait. Without saying when, Iran denied any such crossings had taken place. The commander of U.S. forces in the region said his fleet had destroyed 6 small Iranian boats, which Iran also denied. Admiral Brad Cooper said he strongly advised Iranian forces to keep clear of U.S. military assets carrying out the mission. Oh, I didn't show you this. The Iranian authorities, for their part, released a map of what they said was an expanded sea area now under their control, which went far beyond the strait to include swaths of international waters, including long stretches of the UAE's coastline on either side of the strait. I'm going to show you that in a second. South Korea reported one of its merchant ships had been hit by an explosion and fire inside the strait. The British Maritime Security Agency, UKMTO, reported 2 ships had been hit off of the coast of the UAE, and the Emirati oil company ADNOC said one of its empty oil tankers was hit by Iranian drones while trying to cross. Let me show you that post from earlier today. From earlier today by the Iranian Revolutionary Guard Navy. The Iranian Revolutionary Guard Navy earlier today said I'll show you here. New Strait of Hormuz control area announced. The IRGC Navy announced the new area of the Strait of Hormuz controlled by the armed forces of Iran as follows, and I'll show you the map that they posted of it. They posted a map of this new control area. Here is the map that the Iranian Revolutionary Guard Navy said they control now. So you can see it's there's 2 maps there, but on the top and bottom, same location of the strait. That's what they said. And remember, down here, the coast is UAE. On the bottom of that map on the bottom here is the coast of the UAE and Oman. Dancing in the Sand thinks Iran is delusional. So what will happen next? What will happen next? Thank you, Patrick Donders, for being a member, and Susan Nelson for being a member, and Stephen Longstaff for being a member. I have no idea what's going to happen next. If you go to Flight Radar 24, by the way, you can see there's a number of U.S. planes. Sometimes, U.S. planes have their transponders on, sometimes off, but there's one that's visible right there. That's a refueling tanker over the Persian Gulf. That is another refueling tanker, which left from Israel and is now over here. That was a refueling tanker. Where's this one? I don't even know where it is. Oh no, that's that looks like a drone. That's a drone, isn't it? Northrop Grumman MQ-4C Triton. Yeah, that's a drone, which I guess was over the Gulf. That's a different fueling tanker, which is headed towards Iran. You can check those out at Flight Radar 24. And oil, just to check, is around WTI crude about 105.5, up about 3.5% today. Brent crude up over 5% today, roughly 114 in the high 113s. I feel like if this is possible, I feel like what's going on today is being maybe undercovered a little bit. I mean, it really looks like we might have the war breaking out again and escalating. That's what it looks like. Seems like a huge deal. Another thing is President Trump has his trip to China on May 14th. Remember that. He's supposed to meet with President Xi of May 14th. He already had to postpone it for the war because of the war once. Gary said if the ceasefire is off, does that mean Israel can attack Lebanon again? Well, there was a separate ceasefire that Israel had with the Lebanese government. But Israel has, for days, there's been fighting. That's been going on for a while, for days and days. Israel has been attacking Lebanon, saying that Hezbollah has been firing the ceasefire. I mean, you can see this is a post from the Israeli military 3 hours ago. 3 hours ago. Warning to residents of Lebanon located in the following towns and villages. In light of Hezbollah's violation of the ceasefire, the Israeli Defense Forces are compelled to act against it forcefully. You must evacuate your homes immediately and stay away from villages and towns at a distance of no less than 1,000 meters to open areas. I mean, this has been going on for days. And there's another one from 13 hours ago. There's another one from May 3rd. There's one from May 2nd. There's one on May 2nd. These are all announcements of same thing. Hezbollah is violating the ceasefire, so we're going to attack. We're going to attack Hezbollah in Lebanon. May 1st, there's one. April 30th, there's one. How many days in a row is this? You know, this account is here's another one right here. April 28th. I mean, these are all instances of the U.S. I mean, it doesn't look like much of a ceasefire, but Israel saying Hezbollah violating the ceasefire, and Israel's attacking Hezbollah in Lebanon. It's been going on for days and days, as you can see. Avichai Adrai is a IDF spokesperson. Yeah, I don't see how this is not going to escalate if the U.S. continues trying to move ships through the Strait of Hormuz. Sparky the Human thinks Israel never stopped firing. I also think, I don't know, I kind of thought that oil might even go up more, given that it looks like the war is restarting. So we'll have to see what happens with oil in the coming days. The IDF says, according to Manny Fabian of Times of Israel, the IDF says an apparent Hezbollah drone was shot down over an area of southern Lebanon where troops were deployed. No injuries were caused in the incident. Angie C., our viewer, thinks it will only escalate. One of our viewers mentioned this. President Trump is supposed to do He's supposed to be on camera at 3 p.m., I believe on camera, for a small business summit. I don't know if he'll talk about the war then. He might take questions at the beginning or the end, but he's supposed to at 3 p.m. do a small business summit at the White House. Jam Skinner says Iran never learns. The Economist has an article, Can Donald Trump Reopen the Strait of Hormuz? The Economist believes that if Iran says the strait is still closed, most sailors will continue to avoid it no matter how many American warships are nearby, because they'll think it's too dangerous. You know, The Economist also points out there's still that whole issue of Iran having its enriched uranium. They still have it. President Trump has said he wants them to not have it and hand it over, but that whole thing still has not been dealt with. But again, as The Economist says, you know, for the operation to open up the Strait of Hormuz to work, ships need to be willing to go through there. The ceasefire originally went into effect, I believe, on April 8th, almost a month ago. Will the U.S. and Israel start, by the way, attacking targets inside Iran again? That's a whole other question. Financial Times has a headline today, U.S. gas to hit $5 next month, even if Trump reaches Hormuz deal, analysts say. Currently, U.S. average gas price, I believe, is $4.45. Right now, Brent crude is over 114, WTI crude over 106, from what I can see. Jay Gorman Liverpool, our viewer, says, what a mess. Catherine Rosa Baker says, I think the ships want to get moving and they'll go when there's an escort. Is that what you said? The comment flew by. You can see here. U.S. fights to reopen the strait as UAE comes under attack in test of Iran troops. The U.S. military said it battled Iranian forces and sank 6 small boats as it moved to reopen the Strait of Hormuz today, says AP. The UAE said it had come under attack from Iran since the first time since the ceasefire took hold. The U.S. military said 2 American-flagged merchant ships had successfully transited the strait on Monday as part of President Trump's new initiative to reopen the strait. Breaking Iran's chokehold on the strait would ease global economic concerns and deny Tehran a major source of leverage, but such efforts also risk reigniting the full-scale fighting that erupted when the U.S. and Israel first attacked Iran. Reports of new attacks raise doubts as to whether shipping companies and their insurers would take such a risk to cross the strait, even given that Iran has fired on ships in the waterway and vowed to keep doing so. The U.S.-led Joint Maritime Information Center had advised ships today to cross the strait in Oman's waters, saying it had set up an enhanced security area. Admiral Brad Cooper of CENTCOM told reporters that American forces have successfully opened a passage through the strait that is free of Iranian mines. He said Iran today launched multiple cruise missiles, drones, and small boats at civilian ships under the U.S. military's protection. U.S. military helicopters sank 6 of these small boats, he said. Also today were the first missile alerts in the UAE and missile and drone attacks on UAE since the ceasefire by Iran. 4 missile alerts were issued in the UAE today. Iran attacked Fujairah. The extent of the attack on Fujairah was unclear, but it is the terminus of a pipeline that the UAE has used to avoid shipping some of its oil through the Strait of Hormuz. The Fujairah Emirate is home to extensive oil storage facilities and is the UAE's main sea access outside the strait. In Oman, authorities said a residential building near the strait was targeted. As we mentioned, the South Korean government said an explosion and fire had broken out aboard a South Korean-operated ship anchored in the Strait of Hormuz off of the UAE. It was not known if the South Korean ship was one of the two burning ships reported by the British military's UKMTO Center. All of that is going on today. Is Israel helping with the escort, says Shaker? I haven't heard that. First of all, there's been no confirmation that there aren't any actual escorts going on. Is Israel helping with that? I have not heard any reporting that there were. Remember that Admiral Cooper said that the U.S. military set up a defensive umbrella that includes American helicopters and fighter planes to protect the freighters leaving the strait. But I've heard no reports that U.S. military ships are escorting commercial ships. Lindsey Graham posted. After President Trump posted, Lindsey Graham said, "Spot on, Mr. President. The combination of Iran's attack against the UAE's vital infrastructure and continued attacks on international shipping, including a South Korean cargo ship, more than justifies a big, strong, and short response," he says, "to inflict further damage on Iran's war machine. The UAE has been a champion ally in this fight, doing everything that's been asked of them and beyond. Iran's recent brazen attack against the UAE tells me a lot about who's charged in Iran and the chance of a diplomatic solution anytime soon." He frequently advocates military action against Iran, Lindsey Graham. "A forceful response on behalf of our ally UAE will reinforce that America is back as a reliable ally, helping to further wash away the damage caused by the Biden administration on this front," says Lindsey Graham. David Joe Klotz says, "I agree with Senator Graham, although what is this short notion?" Barry Eisler says, "Lindsey the warmonger." Thank you, Arco Invest, for your support. Jack MCK for your support. Jack says $9 a gallon for diesel in UK. Thanks, Jack MCK. Thanks, WGS Mercator, for your support. WGS says Iran turned the strait into a worldwide logistical weapon and forces the world into unfair negotiations because the other option is not clear. Thanks also, Roberts May Queen. Thanks for modding as well, Roberts May Queen. Thanks for your support so much. I appreciate that. Thanks, Paul Grogan, for your support. Thanks, Paul. Lisa Brown. Lisa Brown says, Israel caused these problems. Thanks for being a member. Thanks, Trisha Creighton. She says, I bought plane tickets to Tokyo, $5,000. Thanks, Hugs and Stuff, for being a member. What is going to happen next? What will happen next? I don't know. I also don't know is the U.S. with this operation to try to get ships through the strait? Are they focused on bringing ships through the strait in daytime or not? Or how closely are they working with ships that want to go through? Is any other ship trying to go through right now? I have no idea. Not really seeing it on the ship tracker, but ships could have their transmitters off. If the ships are supposed to go through near Oman, they'd be going through down here. By the way, thanks. Jane Jones gave 20 people memberships. That's really nice of Jane. Please thank Jane Jones or somebody else if they give you a membership or a gift subscription. Thanks also Kim K. Carter for the gift membership. That's so nice of you. And also Sriracha. Sriracha says suspicious tanker holding pattern over Gulf. Already another RTB likely empty after fueling jets inbound. Strikes may be imminent. Sriracha thinks that strikes on Iran may be imminent. Well, we'll have to see, Sriracha. Thank you, Sriracha, for your support. Oops, I didn't want to do that. As we mentioned earlier, you can see this from AP. U.S. says it has reopened a lane in through the strait. The U.S.-led Joint Maritime Information Center had advised ships on Monday to cross the strait in Oman's waters, saying it had set up an enhanced security area. Admiral Brad Cooper of Central Command told reporters American forces have successfully opened a passage through the strait that is free of Iranian mines. Sarah Vioj says there's always tankers in the air. President Trump is supposed to do an appearance in about 15 minutes at a small business summit at the White House. Can you see? I'm sorry. Can you see Navy ships? Any of them? I mean, we know that there's Navy ships in the area. Are any of them visible on this? I hadn't seen. I'm checking what people in the chat say. I don't know if there's layers. There's vessel types, vessel filters. I don't know that there's a military one particularly. It's not fishing or tugs. Tugs and special craft? I don't know. Yeah, I don't know that, there's a specific military ops. I don't know if that applies to all the ships though. If I do this and then do tugs and special craft, and then I have to delete all of them. Paolo says they would not give away their location. Yeah, I would not be surprised if they don't, if you can't find them. I mean, once in a maybe, who knows? Maybe at some point they'll want to have their location known, but I'm not aware that there's any visible right now on marine traffic. The average gas price in the U.S. now, according to AAA, is 4,457. 4,457. And oil is up today, so I assume in the coming days it's going to go up more. Oh, maybe do I have anything from the White House yet? Hold on, let's see here. Oh, you know what also I can show you? I have this. I have this today. Hey guys, I have this today. Look what I have today. I have I happen to have today the Dow Jones board. Why is that so big? Oh, I know why. I'm sorry. Hey, look, it's the Dow Jones. I didn't realize I had that. Some days I get that. By the way, there was an incident today in Leipzig, Germany, where a car plowed into people at a busy shopping area. 2 died, 3 were seriously injured, and prosecutors said the driver's under investigation, but there is no immediate word on a possible motive. Yes, Fizzyman said not good. Yeah, that's not good news. In theory, we should be getting some video from the White House soon. Swami, I only get the Dow ticker. I cannot show it every day. I only get it on certain days. Most days I do not have the rights to show it. It depends on whether my video providers who I buy the videos from post it. Thank you, David Flores, for your support, who says, disappointing to hear Lindsey Graham attempt to rewrite history. David thinks the hostilities with Iran began escalating after Trump ripped up JCPOA. Thanks also, Birdie, for your support. Again, thanks, David Flores. It is currently 2:51 Eastern Time. President Trump's supposed to make an appearance at 3. I do not have video from the White House yet. When we came on the air a couple hours ago, it was kind of crazy. There were all these alerts. There was missile warnings in the UAE, and Oman was saying a building had been hit there, and all this news was coming out. Quieter right this at the moment right now, but who knows? There could be stuff going on we don't know about. I am waiting to get the video from the White House. As soon as I have that, will President Trump talk about the war at his 3 p.m. appearance? Will he say something about it? I want to see. Hang on a moment here. Oh, PW360 mentioned that there were a couple things posted by the Iranian military spokesperson. Thanks, PW360. I want to mention that. By the way, this was posted by Iranian state media. I want to show you this for a second. Al Mayadeen is a Lebanese channel. And in a news and Iranian state media just posted this. They said Al Mayadeen quoted a security source. Our message to the American aggressor forces is clear. If they come close, they will be targeted. A high-ranking Iranian political and security source emphasized in an interview with Al Mayadeen Network that the management of the Strait of Hormuz is completely in Iran's hands. In Iran's hands, which you can't see right now. There it is. And this is a clear message to the United States. The official said the management of the Strait of Hormuz is completely in the hands of Iran, and this is a clear message to the armed forces of the Americans. Our message to the American invading forces is clear. If they advance, they will be targeted. I'm not familiar with this account. I think this account is legit. This account on X, PW3. Oh, we lost the footage from the DAO. Sorry, where is it here? I think this account is legit. I think it's from the Iranian military spokesperson. It has 138,000 followers and is only following 11 people. So it says here, statement, our strikes on the UAE came after we confirmed their participation in targeting our country. we return and emphasize to them the necessity of absorbing our strikes, which will be less than what they did. In the event of any mistake, we will not hesitate to bomb all vital facilities. Also, it says a half hour ago or so, night of rage, which I'm not exactly sure what that means. I'll see if there's other statements purportedly from him on an Iranian state media. I think that's a legit X account. Oh, I have an update from the UAE. Update from UAE. They say UAE air defenses today engaged 12 ballistic missiles, 3 cruise missiles, and 4 drones from Iran, resulting in 3 moderate injuries. So they're saying that's the total number launched today at the UAE by Iran. 12 ballistic missiles, 3 cruise missiles, and 4 drones. We're still waiting for Trump to make his appearance at the Small Business Summit any moment now at the White House. Yes, Life and Loved Oman said a building there was targeted. They didn't say by Iran, but it seems like it was hit by Iran. Hey, huge thanks to Danny Morales. Danny, that's very nice of you. Danny Morales 319. I really appreciate your support for the channel. Very kind of you, Danny Morales. Still nothing from the White House yet. Waiting for that event. Nothing yet. Life and Loved says, I'm in Qatar. Everything so far seems normal here, but people are feeling a bit edgy. Thanks again, K. Lowry Body, for moderating. Also, Roberts May Queen's been over there. Leslie Ladyhawk, thanks for moderating. Good Luck Duck, I'll be prayed on Twitch. Idaho Star, I Got That Fire. Matthew Kohai 3, Surly Dev. Linda Belk, Larry, Misha over on X. Moderate for us there. Thanks to Fizzy Mint for subscribing. Also, Hot Richard and TJ Oakley is Weird. for subscribing on Twitch. Thank you. Still waiting for President Trump's appearance at the White House, where he may talk about this or may not. It was supposed to start at 3. It's 3:05. As soon as I have the video, I will put it on the screen for you. Oh, hold on a second, guys. I have an update from Jonathan Karl. President Trump did a phone conversation with reporter Jonathan Karl of ABC News. Jonathan Karl says, in a phone conversation a short while ago, President Trump stopped short of saying Iran has violated the ceasefire. Again, in a phone conversation a short while ago with Jonathan Karl, President Trump stopped short of saying Iran has violated the ceasefire. Regarding the Iranian drone and missile attacks on the UAE today, President Trump said they were shot down for the most part. One got through, not huge damage. Regarding the Iranian attack on a South Korean ship, Trump said, "We're going to look into it. Shots were fired at a South Korean ship, and I think South Korea should take some action. This was a South Korean ship riding by itself. It was not an escorted ship." Hey, thanks, Jeff TE88 PFCR, who says the ceasefire is between the U.S. and Iran, not UAE or South Korea. I don't know about that, Jeff. I don't know that the spirit of the ceasefire. I don't know that when the U.S. signed this, it wasn't even signed. Nothing was signed. But I have a hard time thinking that when President Trump said we have a ceasefire with Iran, that his intention was that it would only apply to Iran attacking the U.S. and not launching strikes at other countries when that's most of the strikes they had been launching during the war. That wouldn't seem like a very robust ceasefire. Because most of what Iran has been doing I don't know that Iran, almost all of what they've been doing is launching at other countries, not launching at the U.S. I mean, they can't launch directly at the U.S. anyway, but they've launched, in the U.S. mainland, but they've launched at U.S. bases, but way more against countries like UAE and Qatar and Bahrain and Israel. But I don't think there's any ceasefire document. I'd have to go look at what both sides said about it. But I would think it was meant to apply to attacks on other countries as well. Thank you so much, Jeff TE88 PFCR, for your support. I really appreciate it, Jeff. Again, the UAE said Iran today fired 12 ballistic missiles, 3 cruise missiles, and 4 drones at it. Oh, hold on, I have the White House video. I have the White House video. Wait a second. White House video coming up live. Will President Trump talk about the war at the White House Small Business Summit? Look, guys, it's going to be the White House Live. Give me a moment. I'm putting it on the screen right now for you. It's the Small Business Summit at the White House. Oh my gosh, we're live. I got to get my headphones on. Are they playing music? I'm going to stop. I'll turn the audio on when they stop playing music. But this is live at the White House. Okay. We'll have to see. We'll have to see. Again, this is a small business summit that President Trump will be speaking at. So we're going to check out what he has to say. Oh, we got audio. Oh, playing music. They're playing music, so I'm going to get rid of the audio for now. If you missed it, ABC News' Jonathan Karl, just a few minutes ago, said he talked to President Trump a short while ago. President Trump stopped short of saying Iran had violated the ceasefire. Regarding the Iranian drone and missile attacks on the UAE today, Trump said they were shot down for the most part. One got through, not huge damage. Regarding the Iranian attack on a South Korean ship, he said, "We're going to look into it. Shots were fired at a South Korean ship, and I think South Korea should take some action. This was a South Korean ship riding by itself. It was not an escorted ship. Yes, as RWR says, it has not been confirmed that there are any U.S. escorts going on of ships. Trump to speak at... Ooh, what's going on? Small Business Summit event. Unclear if he will speak about war in Iran. Oopsie. What did I do here? What did I do here? Okay, I think that's right. Trump to speak at Small Business Summit event. Unclear if he will speak about war in Iran. That's why we have it on, though. Hey, thanks, by the way, to the Mystical Buddha Cake Shop. That's so nice of you. Thanks, Elizabeth from Mystical Buddha Cake Shop, for your support of the channel. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Very nice of Elizabeth. Again, we are waiting for Trump to speak. I have to get the White House feed ready too. That might be a better feed. I can't play their music. They were playing copyrighted music, I believe, before. Thank you, Mitchell Pilot. Mitchell Pilot says it feels like Trump doesn't want to start strikes like before again. And I doubt he will over the next 24 hours, at least not large scale, says Mitchell Pilot. Thanks, Mitchell Pilot. The thing is, if the U.S. keeps trying to help bring ships through the Strait of Hormuz, I would have to think that Iran is going to attack them. Attack the ships, maybe attack the U.S. assets. And then if Iran is doing those attacks, I'm guessing the U.S. will want to carry out its own attacks on Iranian assets. So then you get this. I don't see how you avoid escalation if the U.S. plan is to have ships start having ships guiding ships through the Strait of Hormuz. Philip thinks Trump won't say anything here and he will post after 8 p.m. It's possible. You never know. We won't find out until we listen. Bob Tarzan thinks the IRGC doesn't want the ships that are stuck in the Gulf released. Los Gatos de Wilson says time will tell. We did a poll before. Most of you thought the ceasefire was over. But what happens? Maybe in the next few days, what if there's no fighting? I don't know. I don't know what's going to happen. I find that hard to believe, given that the U.S. is doing this operation to open up the Strait of Hormuz. Did they find the missing U.S. soldiers in Morocco? I have not heard anything about them being found. 2 U.S. soldiers, remember, went missing during a training exercise in Morocco. The Washington Post said a Defense Department official told them that the service members were last seen near cliffs and might have fallen into the ocean on an evening walk. They were not conducting training when they went missing, and the incident was not terrorism related, the official said. I hope they get found. Larry says, I never believed the fighting was done. Oh, here we go. I think it's starting. Well, the camera just shifted. I think Trump is about to come in. Thank you, Turfard Manat. Turfard says fighting breaks out again the day before Bibi's trial, canceling it due to security concerns, and the Jeffrey files are not still fully released. Thank the Lord for all these crises. Times of Israel said Netanyahu's testimony in his trial, his corruption trial, was canceled, but it doesn't say why in the Times of Israel article. Maybe it was due to what was going on with the Gulf in the Strait. I'm not sure. Thank you, Joshua Doss. I appreciate it, Joshua Doss. We are still waiting for President Trump. Will he talk about the war? I do not know. The war, Alan, the war, I believe, is now in week 10. I believe it is week 10 of the war right now. Thanks so much to Robert S. Jordan. Robert, I haven't heard that myself. I'll have to look into it. BBC said that in the early hours of Monday, hours ago, a Ukrainian drone hit a high-rise in Moscow. That was earlier today. There were 2 drones launched and one hit this high-rise building in Moscow this morning. Bloomberg said that. And a Ukrainian official said the drone strike on Moscow was symbolic. I'm not aware of a current drone attack going on against Moscow. I'll let you know if I hear something. Thank you so much, Robert S. Jordan. I really appreciate that. The building that was hit was about 4 to 5 miles from the Kremlin, says Bloomberg. Bloomberg also said it's rare for a drone strike to hit in Moscow City because they're usually intercepted outside the city. I just saw a post from Iranian state media, Fars News, which is affiliated with the Revolutionary Guard. They say, so remember, there were a number of missiles, and Iran launched a number of missiles and drones today at UAE. Apparently there was an attack that hit oil facilities or the area of oil facilities in Fujairah. A military source, the fire in the UAE was the result of the U.S. military's adventurism. Fars News says, following the explosion and widespread fire at the oil facilities in Fujairah port and its attribution to the armed forces of Iran, a military intelligence official said Iran had no pre-planned plan to attack the oil facilities in question, and what happened was the product of the U.S. military's adventurism to create a passage for ships to illegally pass through the forbidden passages of the Strait of Hormuz, and the U.S. military must be held accountable for it. American leaders must end the ugly behavior of using force in the diplomatic process and stop military adventurism in this sensitive oil region that affects the economies of all countries in the world. That's from Iranian state media. This event was supposed to start at 3. It is now 3:34. Now I hear somebody speaking, but Trump is not there yet because the White House hasn't even gone live. I mean, the White House is live, but they haven't even started actually showing anything on their feed. So maybe they have somebody speaking before Trump, but Trump is supposed to be there. No, that is not Trump speaking.
Their finish is not as good as ours, and our steel is melted in the United States. So we do not compromise on that.
Kim K. Carter says maybe something more important came up. Jelly Hugo says he might be dealing with Iran still.
We're not going anywhere. We want to work with you to make sure that every man and woman in uniform.
Thank you to Chris D. Chris D says, how are they able to do this if we already won the war? Did dear leader deceive us? Thank you, Chris D, for your support.
Into the food service, because it's large corporations that substitute our product for Chinese. They actually allow them to say it's made in the United States. Well, they say that no, it's not. Thank you so much for taking my really, really appreciate it.
Watermelon trader thinks Trump is waiting for the market to close. At 4? Yeah, guys, if you look at the White House feed, look. It says President Trump participates in a small business summit. Their feed hasn't even, that's live, but it hasn't even gone to the room yet. Oh, some people are saying, like, is President Trump asking questions or something? So maybe he's speaking to the person who's speaking. It's weird, though. Why wouldn't the White House be live? And then the AFP camera is also not showing it. So I don't know what's going on. Yeah, one of the voices, not the main voice, but the other voice sounds like, in theory, it could be him. But it would seem strange to me that neither the White House nor this camera would be showing it. Normally they would show it if he's in the room. Oh yeah, the viewer, Britt Jones, says no way the press would be looking around like that. Yeah, I mean, I have a hard time believing Trump is in the room. I think that's a fair point. They're all on their phones. Would they be on their phones if Trump were speaking? Patrick says reporters are on their phones. I don't think Trump is speaking. One of the viewers said the camera is pointing towards the door. That's what Bent Bamboo said. Iranian state media IRNA, Iranian state media, just posted this. Hold on. Trump, I think, is about to come in. Let's look at this. I see people coming in. People are coming in the room. There are people entering the room. I think that's Kelly Loeffler. 2-minute warning. Kelly Loeffler is the administrator of the Small Business Administration. 2-minute warning. Again, I don't know if he's going to talk about the war. It was supposed to be a 2-minute warning. We'll see. Deb thinks he may talk about the war if he's asked about it. Incy Cherry thinks he will take questions only after market closing. Jesus Run says, stall, stall, stall.
We are within the 2 minutes.
Austin Batman says 2 minutes later. I think it's been more than 2 minutes. Thanks, Dystopian News, for being a member. Guys, we're still waiting for him. Hey, thanks to Sparky the Human for the 10 memberships. That's really nice of you, Sparky the Human. Thank you. We are still waiting. Thanks, Nightmare 991. Thank you, Nightmare 991. I appreciate that. Thanks also, Country Gravy on Twitch. Country Gravy, thank you. Sorry that you're we have to wait more, but hold on. I see somebody walking. But no. I see somebody walking. Here we go. Here he comes. Here comes President Trump.
Ladies and gentlemen, the President of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
There is President Trump. He's walking in. I think I'm going to switch to the White House feed. I'm switching to the...
We have a great group of people outside. I just looked at their wares, and it's beautiful stuff. Made in America. It's great, great stuff. Please sit down. I'm thrilled to be with you and welcome you to the most fabulous place, the White House. There's nothing quite like it. People come from all over the world. The King and Queen were just here, and they looked and they said, this place is just amazing. When they came into the Oval Office, they said, this is something. And they've seen some very nice places. They've seen some great rooms, but it is a very special place as we celebrate National Small Business Week. So let me begin by saying congratulations to the small business people of the year from all 50 states. It's a big deal. It's a big deal, and you can be proud of yourself. Our country is made up of a lot of small businesses, and that ends up being a really big business. As small business owners and operators, the people in this room represent the 36 million small businesses who create 40% of all economic activity in the United States. Think of that. A group of people added together. You're essentially the most important factor business-wise in the whole country. And this country is leading the whole world. We are now. That I can tell you by a lot. You're the lifeblood of the American economy, and with your help, we're truly making America great again. We're doing record business. We have a stock market that hit, even with this military operation, call it whatever you want. We can't let Iran have a nuclear weapon. We hit all new highs, and I said we have to take care of business because we can't let that happen. So we did a little detour, and it's working out very nicely. They have no Navy. They have no Air Force. They have no anti-aircraft equipment. They have no radar. They have no nothing. They have no leaders, actually. The leaders happen to be gone also. But can't let them have a nuclear weapon, or you'd have problems like nobody would believe. And it's going very well. We're also pleased to be joined this afternoon by Secretary of Energy Chris Wright, who's been amazing. Where's Chris? Except everybody was wrong. They thought that energy would be at $300, right? $300 a barrel, and it's like at 100. And I think going down, and I see it going down very substantially when this is over, Chris. And I think very rapidly too, at levels that you've never seen, because there's a lot of energy out there of ships all over the world that are loaded up with it. They can't do much with it because they got kidnapped by a pretty evil place, but we're taking care of it. We have Administrator Kelly Loeffler, who's incredible, and she's the head of the Small Business Administration. We're thinking about a name change, but I don't know. It's still pretty good name. And I always say the small business is a giant business, because when you add up your whole department, that's not a small business. That's a really big business, the biggest. Under the last administration and their radical left allies in Congress, small businesses were brutally crushed by the worst inflation in American history. We had the worst inflation under Biden that we've ever had. And I always like to correct, because if I don't correct, then the papers, the media goes crazy. He made a mistake. Well, the official number is 48 years. I say the worst in history because I don't believe the 48 years. I say it was worse than that. But in many ways, 48 years sounds worse than in history. I don't know why. But it was 48 years or worse. It was in a Biden inflation. This is what I inherited. And now we had it down where just prior to the war, the inflation was 1.4%. And for 3 months, over a 4-month period, took me a little while to get it down from the levels it reached. Biden added $6 trillion worth of new regulations and created an estimated 356 hours of paperwork every year for small businesses. You know what that means better than anybody? It means no good. Their policies punish hardworking citizens, and our policies protect you and reward you. And also, we have to have something else that I think is good for your businesses. We are respected all over the world now, again, as a country. We were laughed at. We were a joke. We were a total joke. Right, Rick? I see Rick, my television star over here. He's been with us from the beginning, haven't you? Like maybe from the first speech. Long time, right? Thank you. Thank you very much. Well, I think we're doing good for you, Rick, right? And you're doing good with your shop? And I know you're doing good on the television camera, so that's maybe more. That's good. That's great. Thank you, Rick. Last summer, I proudly signed the great, big, beautiful bill, the largest tax cuts in the history of our country, and boosting millions of small businesses. Thank you. Boosting millions of small businesses. We passed no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, and no tax on Social Security for our seniors. That's big stuff. And we add that to the package that we approved in my first term. We had the best financial years in the history of our country in my first term, and I think we're going to blow them away this term. You know, in this term, we have $18 trillion being invested in our country. And if you look at the last administration, they had less than $1 trillion for 4 years. We have $18 trillion during 11 months. The 12th month hasn't come in yet in terms of the numbers. But in 11 months, $18 trillion investments. We have auto plants being built all over the country, AI plants we're doing, and we're leading China in AI. And I'm going to go see President Xi in 2 weeks. I look forward to that, but I'll say I'm leading. We have very friendly competition. But it'll be a very important trip. We provided 100% expensing and bonus depreciation, which is tremendous. One of the biggest things that you have. I mean, it's people have no idea how big that is. The businesses do, so that businesses can deduct 100% of the cost of new facilities, equipment, and capital investment in the first year. It used to take 38 years of deduction. Now you get it done in one. You can take one. So you can expand. I think that's what made us so successful in the first term, but now we have it for a 10-year period. So you have it for a while. I really was going to make it for a 1-year period. That would mean you spend all your money immediately. Now, unfortunately, I gave you too much time. I was sort of against that. I said, let's do it for a shorter period of time, but we did it. It's the right thing. And this way, when I get out of office in, let's say, 8 or 9 years from now, I'll be able to use it. I'll be able to use it myself. And to ensure that you and your family can keep your businesses in the family, we virtually eliminated the unfair estate tax or death tax for farmers and for small businesses. So, you know, oftentimes you build, I just met some incredible people. They have beautiful businesses, small businesses. They want to have their children. Those businesses were all long-term. It was the father was there, right? We're just talking about. with the beautiful pretzels. I said, pretzels, oh, those look good. I want to take some right now, but I didn't want to be rude and rip your bag apart. But the businesses they've been in business for a long time, almost every one of them. And you pass away, you want to have your children take over your business, they work in your business, and they got hit with the state tax, or we call it the death tax, but we call it both. It does the same thing. And they couldn't afford it. They went out, they take the business, they mortgage it up to pay the tax, and they end up losing the business. They end up going bankrupt. They end up, in many cases, committing suicide. We have a lot of that. You have a lot, especially farms, you know. They want to be on that farm. They don't want to lose their farm. And it's land rich and cash poor. And they go out and they borrow and keep borrowing. We ended that. No more estate taxes on farms and small businesses. So I hope everyone's appreciative of it. Now, if you don't like your children, it doesn't mean anything. But if you do like to leave them to somebody that you love, then it's a big deal for them. You have other problems, but for them, it's a big deal. And I want to say thanks to these tax cuts. 12 million American small businesses got an average tax cut of over $7,000, and our pass-through deduction alone is delivering an average of $4,600 in savings to 8 million entrepreneurs, and is projected to generate $750 billion in economic growth for the country. So many, it's really amazing. I see it on the television. I don't call this fake news because this is real fake news, but when you look at some of the things that have taken place, we don't get covered correctly. But in terms of the truth, we're having $5,000, $6,000, $7,000, $10,000, $11,000 with no tax on tips and no tax on Social Security, no tax on overtime. And people are making sometimes 11. I mean, I've seen it just where they're asking people virtually on the street, how is it doing? And everyone's surprised, including me. I didn't know it was going to be as much, but I knew it was going to be a lot. But you have people that make an extra $7,000, $8,000, $9,000 a year between the no tax on tips, no tax on overtime is a big one. It's a big one. But the no tax on tips was great. I won the. You know, typically, I don't know why. I can't imagine people voting for the other side with their policies on everything beyond this, long beyond this. But we won Nevada by a lot, and typically Democrats win that state. And no tax on tips. A lot of people getting tips in Nevada, so it had a big impact on people, and much bigger than they thought. And they're just now starting to realize how big and how really wonderful the great, big, beautiful, I call it the great, big, beautiful bill is, because we really, it should be called the great, big, beautiful tax cut bill and regulation cut bill. We put everything in 4 years. If we didn't pass another bill, which won't happen because you always want to keep going, but everything was put into this one bill. That's why it's called the great, big, beautiful bill. And one of the things that happened is we were going to do it over 17 different bills. And I said, let's give it a shot. Put everything in one bill, and thank goodness we did it, because the Democrats don't approve anything. They don't approve. You can have the best thing. It can be for security. Look at the security. They want to defund ICE. They want to defund our incredible Border Patrol. They want to, essentially, they want to defund the police, but they don't want to say it. It's crazy what's going on. So we put it all at the beginning. We have a little honeymoon period, a tiny little honeymoon period in this case, so we got it all approved. Late at night it got approved, and this was really done as a 4-year bill, Kelly. You know that very well. You were a big part of it. And we got it done, and everybody was surprised. They thought we had to do it in little tranches. I don't know that we would have gotten the little tranches done. There was so much in here that people had to approve it. And if we would have done it individually, I'm not sure it would have gotten done. Plenty of those individual elements would not have gotten done. And almost as important as the tax cuts, we've slashed a record number of job-crushing regulations. That includes for you, and that includes tremendous numbers of environmental regulations, which stopped your businesses, but they didn't do anything, and they had no impact. If anything, they made the environment worse. But we eliminated 129 old regulations for every new one that was approved. It was supposed to be 1 in 10, and it's turning out to be 129. So for every regulation, think of that, 129, we lose them, we get rid of them. It was supposed to be 1 in 10. We would have been happy with, we did 1 in 12. We started off 1 in 7 with my last administration. We got it up to about 1 in 12. Now I see we have a 1 in 129. So we're getting rid of 129 nonsense regulations for every new one that we pass. And thanks to these pro-growth policies, our economy is roaring, and factory construction is way up. Consumer confidence is way up. Business investment is more than triple compared to that of just a short time ago. And before I took office, nobody can believe it. And nobody can believe the $18 trillion number that we gave you, because it's a record for any country, not just here, it's for any country. A lot of that had to do with November 5th, but a lot of it had to do with tariffs. We charge tariffs to companies when they come in. A couple of you were just saying to me that you're getting hurt by China and other countries making a product that's not as good, but it's less money because of the fact that there were no guards, no safeties for you, and we've changed a lot of it. Some have said you've absolutely saved our business, but because of the use of tariffs, we have all this money, because if they come in and build a business here, if they build their plant here, there are no tariffs. Jobless claims just hit the lowest level since 1969, and more Americans are working today than at any time in the history of our country. So we have more people working today than at any time in the history of our country. That's so beautiful. I mean, what could be better than that? You say, like somebody was saying, oh, will AI take our jobs? Well, we have a lot of AI up. They said it's going to take jobs. I said, well, you're probably right, maybe a little bit, but it's going to create a lot of jobs. And did you know that more people are working in the United States right now than ever before? They said, no, is that true, really? That's the end of that argument. And a lot of good things are happening. And leading in AI is very important, because that's a tremendously big industry. And we want to be able to lead. Primarily it's China, but other countries are very much active in it also. Under the last administration, 1 in 4 new jobs was a government job, but since my inauguration, 100%, think of that, 100% of all new jobs have been in the private sector, 100%. We cut a lot of government jobs. And 2 of the 3 new jobs have been in small businesses, but I just want to say, so think of that, 100% of new jobs are in the private sector. Now, to do that, we cut tremendous numbers of governmental jobs, and I feel sorry for everyone, and it's a hard thing to do. Many of those people voted for me, but now they like me because they went out, they got private sector jobs that they like better, and it's paying them sometimes 2 and 3 times more money. So it's worked out the right way, but you have to do that. You can't just give, I mean, we had government jobs where you'd have 10 people doing the job of 1 person, and you can't make America great that way. So we did it the hard way, but the correct way, and the correct way. Big difference, right, Cal? You see it. It's nobody's ever seen anything quite like it, and it was, especially working here, it's tough because this is the home of federal jobs. I wouldn't say I got tremendous. I mean, we won the election in a landslide. We won all 7 swing states. We did all the things that you've heard so many times with counties, which is a big count. That's why you see the map is all red practically. When you look at it, we won 86% of the counties in the country. But here is a little bit different. But now, if you look at those people, some of them have left. And by the way, speaking of that, Washington, D.C., which was very unsafe a year ago, a little more than a year ago, is now one of the safest cities in the United States. So, pretty good. So we had to cut the jobs because we were way bloated with federal jobs. And, I could, with one swipe of the pen, I could say, let's have no employment, and I'll hire 1 million people or 2 million people. I say, we just hired 1 million people, and we have absolutely no employment. And that's what they would do. They'd have bad numbers coming up, so they'd hire a couple of 100,000 people, and the numbers would look okay. With me, it's the exact opposite. We terminate a lot of federal jobs that are unnecessary, and they don't like me for doing it, but a year later they like me because they end up having a much better job, oftentimes in a place where they'd much rather live. You know, they go to the place that they want to go. They're not stuck in Washington or someplace else. And they do much better. And in the end, I mean, I've had a lot of people come up. They say, I was so angry at you, but now I'm making sometimes 2 or 3 times the money in a job that I really like. So you got to do what you have to do. You have to, politically, I don't know if it's good, bad, or indifferent. I think it's probably bad, maybe politically, but in the meantime, I'm in the White House, so maybe it's good. A lot of times, you know, as you probably heard, the fake news media treats me very, very badly. 93% of the stories I get are bad, and yet I won in a landslide. How do you win all 7 swing states when you get only bad press? It's fake press. They give me fake polls. They tell me about polls and this. You know, it's interesting. They did a poll on the war with Iran, and they said only 32% of the people like it. Well, I don't like it, and I don't like war at all, but we're equipped better than it. We have the greatest military in the world. You saw what happened with Venezuela. You see what happens with everything. But they said 32% of the people are against President Trump. Well, when you explain it, like, is it okay for Iran to have a nuclear weapon? It wouldn't be 32%. But even if you said that, there'd be a 32% because the polls are fake. I mean, they're totally fake. And when you take a look at what's really going on, the other day I made a speech in a great Florida senior citizens community, and I made another one at the Kravis Center, 2 in one day. It was wonderful. I go out and make a speech. Then I say, all right, let's go home. Sir, you're making another speech, and this one's in front of the richest people in the world. I went from an unbelievable group of seniors. Now, of course, I'm not a senior. I'm far younger than a senior. It's true. I feel the same as I felt 50 years ago. I don't know. There'll be a period of time when I don't tell you that. There'll be, because I'm honest, I'll say, it's not looking good. I have to be careful. If I said, as an example, I'm not feeling well, they put on, Donald Trump is not feeling well, because they won't know that I'm using that as just a reference point, and they'll say, listen to this. And I'll say, I'm not feeling well. Well, someday I might say that to you, and you'll be the first to know. Actually, I won't have to say it, because you'll be able to see it, just like you did in the last administration. You know, one of the things I said is that we should have, in my opinion, anybody running for president or vice president should take a cognitive test. And no president has ever taken one except me. I've taken 3 of them, and I've aced each one. 1 in the first administration, 2 over here. And whenever they get a little sassy, like, does he still have it? Does he still have what it takes? I say, all right, I'll take another one. And they are hard. There are many people in this room I know that are smart. They're not going to ace them. There are many people standing back there, the fake news media. I'd like to have them. You know, the first question is very easy, and they always show the first question is, you have a lion, a bear, an alligator, and what's another good? A squirrel, okay? Which is the squirrel? So they show that question, and then the first 4 or 5 questions they get a little more difficult. By the time you get to the middle, they're tough. By the time you get to the end, I don't want to be insulting, but there won't be, I'm not going to do what Gavin Newsom said. You saw him? He said, everybody in here is stupid, and he's stupid. I think it was the worst political interview I've ever seen. He said, he's stupid, he's dumb, he gets bad marks on everything, he can't read a speech, and nobody wants to report that. It was the worst, but I won't say that because I think everyone in this room is brilliant, but nobody's going to get all 30 questions correct. Nobody. Because when you get to those last questions, they're pretty hard. You got to be pretty sharp. But every time, so I've taken 3. No president, think of this, has ever taken 1. How do you think Biden would have done? I don't think, he might not have gotten that first question right. Anyway, and Obama would have done poorly. They would have done very poorly. But I think you should have it. As soon as they said that, they say, it's unconstitutional. And I said, why? They say it's unconstitutional to give a cognitive test like that. But, Rick, I do it any time they start getting a little sassy. And you know, it quiets them down for almost a year when they hear the result. One doctor said, it's the first time I've ever seen anyone get all questions right. That's a doctor who does this stuff for a living. And I did it 3 times. So, I don't know. I think I'm done with those days. I'm tired of taking that test. You know, you sit before a group of doctors and they ask you questions. I said to Ronnie Jackson, he was original, right? First time. I said, so what do you think, Ronnie? They call me a genius who's going to destroy the country. Then they said, he's a genius who's taken over the entire world. Then they said, he's a total moron. This guy is so stupid. And then, so whenever I hear that one, I say, let's take the cognitive test. But I really think it would be a great thing if you could do that. They say it's not constitutional, but I think it would be good. And I can tell you, a lot of the people that run these small businesses, you could take the cognitive test and you could do a lot better than some of the people that we talk about. But I really believe it. I think it's so important for our country. We have to make sure we have the right people leading this country. Like, we have a war right now, and we're into, like, what, 6 weeks? They said, what's taking so long? We were in Vietnam 19 years. We're in Iraq for many years, 10 years, 12 years. We were in all these different wars. Korea, 7 years. I won't even mention World War II. That's a big baby. But you have the wrong person up here, you'll be in World War III. As sure as you're sitting there, you have the wrong person up there. It's nasty and tricky. It's tricky out there. We have to have the right people, and they have to be sharp and they have to be smart. Because one thing about your business is small businesses are great, but if you don't have the platform, meaning the country, meaning the right principles, the right everything, our country's booming now, despite the fact that we're in I call it a mini war, because that's all they are. They don't have a Navy anymore. Think of it. They had 159 ships. How many do they have left, Kelly? Out of 159, take a guess. She's very smart. 0. 159 ships. In the first 2 weeks, 159 ships. I actually got very upset. I said, how quality were the ships? They were very good. I said, why didn't you just take the ship? Why do you have to send it to the bottom of the sea? We could have had, and let's say out of the 159, we could have taken 59. We would have had 59. But they'd rather blow them up than save them. I would have preferred saving them, but these are minor details. But one of the small business owners who can tell us firsthand how our tax cuts are boosting revenue is someone you may have heard, and I made mention of the fact he has been with me. I don't know, maybe he doesn't like me, or maybe he loves me. I think I'd rather be liked than loved by him, although he is a very handsome man, I would say. But he's somebody that we all know, and I think he's a fantastic guy, and he's been to so many rallies, so many speeches, and I love being able to introduce him because he's a champion, he's a winner. You know, to go on television and to make it, he made it big, but to go on television, I don't know if you know this, Rick, 5% of the shows make it. 2% of the shows make it pretty good. 1% of the shows make it. So it's very risky to do a television show and I did The Apprentice, and that was one of the great hits of a long time. But you did your show, and I've just always admired. I admire people that will go against the odds. And when you do a television show, you're going, because very, very few of them make it, and you made it big. So I'd like to have Rick Harrison come up. It's a gold and silver pawn shop in Las Vegas, and you know his show very well, and say a few words, Rick. Come on up. You're looking good. Thank you, Rick.
By the way, some of our viewers mentioned this. There was apparently a shooting a few blocks from the White House, I saw. The Secret Service said U.S. Secret Service personnel are on the scene of an officer-involved shooting at 15th Street and Independence Avenue in Washington, D.C. One individual was shot by law enforcement. Their condition is currently unknown. Please avoid the area as emergency crews are responding. That was at 15th and Independence. Which is near the Washington Monument. Yeah, I'll turn the audio back on. So.
Wow. Wow. I'm glad we didn't tell you, because actually that was much better than when you're fully prepared. When he comes up fully prepared. No, that was great. Thank you very much. And very special guy. Thank you. Very nice. One of the strongest, and by the way, right behind me, see this? You call it a room. This is the biggest room in the White House. It's not big enough to have anything. We had the king here. We had like 102 people, and we could have had 2,000 people, literally. But this is, I call it a knockout panel. See, some people would say, oh, that's a curtain. Underneath that curtain is a window. Outside of that window is the new ballroom. So I said, I'll get out of here, and I'll let you guys, if you want to see a beautiful structure going up, complex, safe, things that could never happen like happened a week ago. That was a pretty bad situation. You can't have 1,000 units over the ballroom with an entrance right next to where you are for a lot of reasons. So if you want, we're going to open that up. I think later on you'll open it up, let the people take a look, and it would be pretty good. Not as exciting as looking at oil wells like Chris gets to do all day long, right? And speaking of that, we're doing well in Venezuela, right? It's working good?
Yes, we are, Mr. President.
Yeah, that was good. That war took us approximately 48 minutes. And actually, and we have a great relationship. And you know what? I heard the other day that the people of Venezuela are really happy. They're seeing things happen that they haven't seen in 20 years. They're working, and there's a spirit in Venezuela that they haven't had in many, many years. And the big companies are coming in now, and they're building these giant rigs because there's a lot of oil in Venezuela, a lot of other things too, and a lot of great people. And we have people in charge that are doing a fantastic job, and they're working with you, and you are doing a fantastic job. So thank you very much, Rick. Good job. Proud of you.
Very thankful for your proud and bold leadership to change the trajectory of their lives.
This was so good, I said, you better come on.
No, I want to say, as you engage with the people of Venezuela and the businesses, I will tell you that President Trump is incredibly popular with the people of Venezuela. It's a nation of 30 million people going the wrong way for 25 years. And a bold leadership of this president changed the trajectory of that country, changing the futures of all those people, wanting millions of Venezuelans abroad to go back to that country. American businesses are stampeding in to invest in that country. 25 years trying everything going the wrong way. His bold leadership and creative thinking changed the game. Thank you, Mr. President.
Wow, thank you. That's good. We have a great relationship. We have hundreds of millions of barrels of oil coming out of Venezuela, going to Houston and different places to have it refined, and we're sort of, it's almost really a partnership. The man you just heard speaking, Chris, has been, he wasn't my choice. I had somebody else for Department of Energy, a fantastic man, Doug Burgum. And I said, I want you to head up energy. He says, you know, there's one person better than me, is better than anybody. I said, who the hell is that? Chris Wright. I said, who's Chris Wright? Tell me. And he's like the #1 guy in the whole world at this subject. And I said, well, let's talk to him. I don't know. He probably makes a lot of money if he's doing that. And he was. He's taken one of the largest salary cuts in history, I'll tell you, without question. But he's done a fantastic job. These are the people we have. We have great people. And Doug is great. He was the governor of North Dakota. He ran an incredible state. He was very successful in business. He started with a small business. He sold it for $1 billion to Microsoft. And he wanted to do what Trump did. He said, I want to be a business guy, and now I want to run. I made a lot of money. I want to run. So Doug Burgum ran, and he became a great governor for 8 years. He was term limited. And I saw him at a session, a speaking session, and sort of a debating session. I thought he was great. And I said, if I win, I'm going to get that guy in. And he's now heading up, he's now the largest landlord in the world, I guess you could say, right? Department of Interior and he's been fantastic. But he wanted Chris to be energy. So he's got all the power of the energy, but he doesn't have the land. Doug has none of the power of him, but he has the land. So I merged them. It's a friendly merger. We don't have any papers. They just get along together, right? And I think today we've announced we're drilling more oil by far than we ever have in the history of our country. More oil and gas by far. And this was just said, but this took place almost from the beginning, right? We got it started very, very early. So you're doing a great job. Doug was right. And we're also very happy with Doug because he's doing a fantastic job. Thank you very much, Chris. Appreciate it. So one of the strongest effects of our tax cuts and tariffs is the Trump manufacturing boom, is what they're calling it, because that's what we have. We have never had anything like what's happening now. And when I talk about, again, the $18 trillion, that's coming in and building places. And as we speak, American companies are ordering core capital goods for factory construction and operation expansion. And you saw the construction numbers. Now, the plants will be opening over the next period of time, pretty soon. But, you know, we just got started. And these plants are going to be opening. Right now, the big numbers, the construction jobs in the country are going through the roof. And ultimately, when the plants open, then you're going to have manufacturing jobs, because right now, the plants, many of them haven't opened, but they're under construction. When you see the final numbers, you're not going to even believe what you are seeing, because there's never been any construction boom of factories like we have right now. We lost our car industry. We lost 54% of our car industry to Canada, Mexico, Germany, Japan, South Korea, other countries. 54% over the years, over a period of probably 30, 35 years. And they're all coming back. They're all coming back. And they're coming back at levels that has never been seen before. It's pretty amazing. Well, you see, you'll see it. It can't be disguised by our friends that would, I guess, I don't know. I see so many of them smiling and having a good time that I actually think they probably like us. I think their bosses say, treat Trump as badly as you possibly can. But they had so many good faces, and so many, they are a lot of professionals there. But it's the highest rate in over 4 decades. And under 4 years of the Biden administration, real wages for manufacturing workers fell. It fell $840. Under 1 year of Trump, wages for factory workers, manufacturing factory workers, increased by $2,500. So think of that. Under Biden, it fell $840. And under Trump, it went up $2,500. That's quite a difference. And as I said, you haven't seen the real effect, because these factories are being built right now. When they open, you're going to see numbers that are much greater than that. And a lot of these government workers, good people, and you know, I don't blame them for liking what they had, but they're going to all be in this system, and they're going to be making double and triple what they were making in government. We have a country again, because you can't have a country that works where you have literally 10 people to do one job. You can't have it. You can't have a great country. Earlier this year, I visited Costa Steel in Rome, Georgia, before I took office. China and other countries were taking more of our industry all the time, just more and more. And Costa was hit very hard. Their core business dropped from 2 shifts to 6 days a week. And the 2 shifts were during my administration, by the way. But now is down to and then ultimately is down to 1 shift operating 3 days, and it was going down to 1 day, and they expected to go out of business. There was no stopping it. And now, thanks to the tax cuts and the steel tariffs that I put on, Costa is thriving like never before. I just heard from them, and they're at now full shifts, 2 full shifts, 6 days a week, and they may go to a 3rd shift round the clock. Think of that, round the clock. They've never had that before, and they've have a backlog of 7 months long of things that they're building, steel products, great. And they said, I was with the gentleman that owns the company. He thought he was going out of business, and now he said, now I have a great business in just a period of literally a year and a half. It's we thought we couldn't stop it. And he said, all of my friends up and down the line, they have different businesses, factories, big businesses, but they all thought they were going out of business, and now they're all doing better than they've ever done before. And they've gone from employing, in this case, COSA, 50 people to 125 people, and the 50 people is going down to about 14 or 15. And now they're at 125, and they're looking for additional people to work. And I want to thank their president, Andrew Seville, who I think maybe is here. Andrew, are you here someplace? Where are you, Andrew? Wow. You want to say something? Come on up here. He really understood what was happening, and I think it would be nice. You weren't supposed to speak, so I hope you're not nervous. Come here.
No, you make it easy.
So we're just listening to this because President Trump has talked about the war a couple times. So we're going to just see if he speaks about the war during the remainder of his speech. I haven't seen any major war updates while President Trump has been speaking. If I do, I will jump in. As I was saying before, there was police shot a person near the Washington Monument, which is a few blocks from the White House. We don't really have details on what happened with that. I'll let you know if we hear more on that.
No, you know what? It's a little truth to that, Rick. Sometimes you don't think you're going to introduce somebody. You know they're in the audience, but they don't know, and they end up doing better because they speak from the heart. They have no choice. They can't think about all night long, what am I going to say? And then you get up and you bore the place. No, it's very good. You speak from the heart, and that's true. Tariffs were a very big part. We had an unfortunate ruling out of the Supreme Court, but the good news is I'm able to do it a different way. They said use the other way. There was no reason for that. It was terrible, actually terrible, but it'll have no impact other than I hate to pay people back tariffs, $159 billion. I have to pay them back when a little half sentence, any money taken in to this point does not have to be paid back. We would have saved $159 billion, and I cannot figure it out. How could anybody do that? But they did it. We have other ways of tariffing. As you know, we're already doing it. And actually, they're more tested, they're stronger. A little bit more complex. I like to keep it as simple as possible. And in many ways, they'll be better. It'll be better. I just want you not to think that because of that decision, the tariffs will actually be higher. It's turning out they're going to end up being higher. But it's made our country rich, really rich. And it's like Andrew said, I mean, without them, there would be nothing we could do to save your country. Nothing. It's the greatest word. Remember, I used to say it's my favorite word in the dictionary, the word tariff. And then the fake news got on me. They said, well, what about God? What about your wife? What about your family? What about... So they were just killing me because I said it's my favorite word. I said, all right, it's my fifth favorite word. So it's my fifth favorite word. But because of tariffs and, the proper use of tariffs, so you have to use them in a certain way. But we've been ripped off in this. I've been talking about it for years. We've been ripped off in this country for decades. We lost our car industry. Think of it. There's a person here making utensils, beautiful forks and knives and things. Where is that person? Where's around here? So and he was telling me, he said, China's coming in and they're ripping us. And we have a tariff. It's 25%, but it's not enough because, they have certain advantages that you're not going to have, but the advantage you have is you have a higher quality product, and I'm going to be able to take care of that very easily. Just by putting it up, you'll be treated fairly. It's just really tough, and it's amazing you've done as well as you've done, but you did that because of the quality of your product. We have such quality. North Carolina, if you take a look, I'm going to put tremendous tariffs on. That process has already started. It takes me longer now because of the Supreme Court decision. I have to go through a process. It's ridiculous. But we don't like it. We like to do what's right and get it done instead of having to do a report which is going to come out and say the exact same thing that everyone knows. But you can tell the people in North Carolina that, we used to have a great furniture business. I built a lot of hotels and a lot of different buildings where I need furniture. I would go to North Carolina. These were great artists, and China essentially put them out of business because we didn't have a president that was willing to do it. It happened before my term. They've been out of business for a long time. I used to go down there and see these people. They were artists with wood. I'd say, I'd like to make the handle a little bit slimmer. Ding, 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 ding. It was like magic. And we lost that whole thing. You can see it's coming back because we're putting tariffs on furniture where you'll be able to more than compete. We have to protect our businesses. Same thing with you in the utensil business. Your stuff is so beautiful, but it's very tough when you're competing against something that is cheap and, you know, because of the lack of protection that you've been given, it just puts you out of business. So you actually said thank you for the tariffs, but the tariffs really aren't high enough, in my opinion, in that particular thing. But with the furniture, we're going to bring all the furniture back to North Carolina, and you're going to see it'll be as robust as it was 25, 30 years ago. The greatest furniture people in the world, and they got stolen. They really didn't take them. They found people in China that could do it, and all those people got put out of jobs, and their kids have that same ability. And you watch what happens, how good it is in North Carolina, because I've had to go through a process to get that approved, but now it's proved, and you're going to be, again, the furniture capital of the world because nobody can do that quality. And I know the quality. I buy a lot of things from China, and because I was forced to. You know, when I was in the hotel business, I was forced to buy from China because of pricing and because of for other reasons. What I wasn't getting was the kind of quality that we were getting here. And now you'll have a combination of both. So you can let that be known. I don't know if that's breaking news or not for these people, but to me, it's very important. I've been wanting to do it for a long time, and now we have it pretty well ready. So, and we love North Carolina. My administration is also committed to ensuring that American small businesses have access to the credit and capital that they need under Administrator Loeffler, who's phenomenal. She is phenomenal. And she's got a great husband, Jeff, and he's a friend of mine, and he's a very successful man, and he's a great man, and he's got a great wife, and I was so happy getting her in this position. She replaced a woman who is a very legendary woman, Linda McMahon, who's now in education. She's doing a great job. She's moving education back to the States where it belongs, and Kelly is doing great. But last year, Kelly, our Small Business Administration issued $7 billion in loans to 11,000 new startups, as well as $1.3 billion in loans to 3,000 veteran-owned small businesses, and $3.2 billion. They're a big business, you know. That's why I say, how can we call it small business? $3.2 billion to American manufacturers, helping restore those beautiful words, made in the USA, where we're using them more and more. We have things being made here that nobody thought it was even possible for it to come back. Like you'll see in North Carolina with the furniture. It'll come back very, very rapidly. So, Kelly, I'd like to ask you to say a few words, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. First of all, you are the most pro-growth, pro-small business president in American history. Thank you. It's such an honor to join you here at the White House to recognize National Small Business Week, and you're the greatest commander-in-chief ever, but also one of America's greatest businessmen, and small businesses know that. They see that this administration is shifting power and capital from fraudsters and Washington bureaucrats back to Main Street job creators, just like we have gathered in this room today. Fair trade, deregulation, and the working family tax cuts in the One Big Beautiful Bill, they are powering real opportunity that I see all over as I travel this country, especially after 4 crushing years of Bidenomics and decades of shipping our jobs and our industries overseas, hollowing out our local communities. That is ending. As I travel the country each week, and Mr. President, I've traveled with you from Iowa's Machine Shed restaurant to Georgia's Coosa Steel factory, America First policies are restoring the American dream on Main Street to new heights. At generational businesses like Jimmy's Famous Seafood, at industrial innovators like Prince Manufacturing in Georgia and Blue Patriot in Nebraska, who are building big, beautiful new buildings thanks to the working family tax cuts. Today, 98% of U.S. manufacturers are small businesses. They're a critical part of securing our supply chains, and while they contribute to national strength across all kinds of industries, from energy to agriculture to defense and aerospace, America's big manufacturers rely on these producers and their skilled workers. And that's why President Trump's economic agenda means Made in America is coming back, and it's coming back fast. Now, at the Trump SBA, we're helping to fuel that growth. As the most free enterprise agency in the federal government, in 2025 alone, we guaranteed a record $45 billion in lending to 85,000 small businesses through local banks. That's an all-time record at the SBA, and we did it with 53% fewer staff at the agency. That capital is driving the job creation that you see. Record small business formation. This year, record small business formation and growth in communities all across America. It's such an honor to highlight the award winners that are here today and the vital role of hardworking small businesses that do their jobs every single day. They are America's backbone. From our farms and restaurants to our construction companies and our manufacturers and our trucking companies. Thank you, Mr. President, for recognizing that small business is big business. 250 years ago, our founding fathers were also entrepreneurs, small businessmen. With the America First agenda, that legacy continues. America is open for business again. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you.
That's a great job. I just want to sort of end by, I'll give you a little common sense business. So a lot of you run your business for a couple of reasons: talent, brilliance in many cases, but also common sense. And I'll give you just one little anecdote. We have a beautiful, potentially beautiful, built in 1922, it's a long time ago, reflecting pond in between the Washington Monument and the Lincoln Memorial. It's 2,500 feet long. That's taller than, I think, any building in the world. That would be if you lay it sideways. It's 2 Empire State Buildings, more than that. And very wide, 167 feet. And for years they've wanted to fix it, rebuild it. It's granite. The stone is good, granite's great, but it was leaking because it's little pieces of granite. Very, very expensive when they did it, but it always leaked from the day they built it. In 1922, and it leaked badly, and they've looked at fixing it for decades, really fixing it, and it wasn't working. It was too expensive, and the final price we got fairly recently was to fix it as $350 million because they were going to take the granite out. And they were going to replace it with new granite, new stone, tighter joints, all that. It was going to take 3.5 years. And I heard about it, and I called Doug Burgum, and I said, Doug, what do you think? I built a lot of swimming pools, hundreds of swimming pools in different jobs. I said, let me look at that surface. So it's granite. So granite is virtually indestructible, but it was filthy dirty. It started because I called it because it was so dirty. It was disgusting. People call me and they'd say, you know, it's a shame. I'm looking at the Washington Monument and this thing is terrible. The water is dirty. There's cartons of stuff in it and everything is just so horrible. And I said, wow, that's terrible. We can't have that. And I actually had Secret Service. I said, drive over there. I want to see it. Sir, we won't be able to. I said, just do it. And when it was terrible, I looked at it, terrible. So think of that. So it's going to cost $350 million. Because we're going to take the granite out, put new granite, and consider it like as tall as the tallest building in the world, if not taller, and laying on its side. And I said, well, That's terrible. 350 million. It's going to take 3.5 years. 3.5 years it'll be, and you know 3.5 years means 5 years. $350 million means $500 million to fix a thing. And I said, I built all these swimming pools, and they're phenomenal. They're 20 years. I have one up the road where it's a great club on the Potomac River, and I bought it up at 21 years ago, and I built a beautiful Olympic-sized pool. And I asked the other day, I said, how good is the pool? Oh, it's beautiful, sir. I looked at it. It looks like it's brand new. It was done 20 years ago. So I have some very good contractors, some good, one or two in particular. And I sent the three best. I said, do me a favor, fellas. Go take a look at the reflecting pool that sits in between Lincoln and Washington, the beautiful, what should be beautiful reflecting pool. And one of them who came back, who's really, I would say, the best, but they're all good. He came back, he said, what an exciting job, sir. I said, so how long would it take you to redo it? He said, well, we have to fix the surface a little bit, create something good and solid underneath. That'll take about a week. And let's say it'll take me to put the new material. Now, the swimming pool is good, but he said, sir, I'd get commercial grade. What is that? He said, that's much stronger, much heavier, meant for commercial. It actually looks better. It's more expensive, sir. I said, that's okay. I said, how much will it cost? I think we can do it for about $1.9 million. So he said, what color would you like, sir? And I said, well, that beautiful color that we have in Florida. He said, this is in Florida, sir. We don't have that green-blue around here. We have blue water. But he gave me a choice of 50 colors. Now I'm going crazy. I'm saying, now think of it. If we put the granite, you know what your color is? It was gray. It was gray. Not a good-looking color. So even if you did it, it's not good. So he said, we'll do a beautiful job. I think that I'd like to recommend a color that I've used before. It's beautiful. What's it called? It's called American Flag Blue. I said, that's the color I want. Because how can you have it better, right? I said, how can you have a better color than American flag? We had a gray, disgusting, dirty. It showed all the dirt. It showed all the everything. So we finished it about 2-3 days ago. They ripped the hell, they roughened the surface. They left everything there. The demolition would have cost $60 million to take the stone out and put new stone in. So we cleaned it, we steam cleaned it, we sand blasted it, we pebble blasted. You know what pebble blasting? That's a serious sand blast. That's really, because it's granite, it's so strong. We roughened the stone so it's a good surface, got it immaculate, and it's beautiful. But it still has the lines in between it. You're going to have leaks all over the place. And we filled in some areas, and the work started a few days ago. And I wanted to go today. I said, let me see these small business people. And then I want to go over and see the contractors to see how they're doing. But Secret Service was not thrilled. They were not thrilled at me standing in the middle of a pool with lots of buildings looking down. We have to be a little conscious of that, right? Chris, you'll have a new boss someday. And I don't know if you'd like that. So here's the story, just in a nutshell. For a much better job, 1.9 million, 1 week. Because I don't call actually the Parks Department did a great job. They cleaned, they had a lot of men cleaning, they're scrubbing the scum off, years and years of decay and bacteria and everything else you can think. It was terrible, actually. It was worse than the people would tell me. They say how bad it looked. It was much worse. The Parks Department did a fantastic job. They got it down to the surface, and these guys came in and made the surface really, really good. And now the fun starts, and they're putting it down. So, ready? 1.9 million versus $350 million. Right? Common sense. Common sense. A great, beautiful blue color, American flag blue, as opposed to gray. Right? What is not gray? But it's one of those things. And instead of 3.5 years, it's 1 week. So think of that. 1 week, so everybody say, well, yeah, but you can't compare this. Yeah, you can't. It's much better. It's a much better check. This will last for at least 50 years, and you'll never have a leak. It's very strong. You couldn't, if you had a knife, I don't want to give anybody ideas. If you had a knife, you can't even cut it. So strong, so powerful. It's like powerful rubber. It is beautiful, sealed. And I looked at just one of the little pieces that they did to finish. It's like a piece of glass. Beautiful color, beautiful everything. You could never get anything like that. And just think of it. So for a tiny fraction of the cost and a tiny fraction of the time, we end up with the most beautiful thing that you'll ever see. And I look so forward to that opening up. And it's sort of a business thing. It's a common sense thing. First thing I thought of when I heard $350 million, because I'm the one that said, let's get it done. But they had done studies for years because they wanted to get it done. Never got done. Probably so expensive they couldn't afford to do it, really. But there's a thing, common sense, right? Swimming pool. I said, well, swimming pool looks so beautiful. Wouldn't that be nice? So for a tiny fraction of the time, a tiny fraction of the cost, we end up with a much better product. And this is what you people do with small businesses all the time. It's what Kelly does in running this. She comes to me a lot of times with ideas for less money. It's a better job. So I thought I'd tell you that because this just happened. This just happened. If you go down, if you'd like to see them doing it, on your way back home, take a trip down to the reflecting pond, or they call it the reflecting pool. Some people call it the reflecting lake, but the word reflecting is always a part of it. They call it different things, but reflecting is always a part. Last but not least, we have someone who is helping us lead the revival in American manufacturing, this year's National Small Business Person of the Year. I want to hire him. How big is his business? I want to get him. Mark LaMancha. And he's a fantastic guy, and he's the owner of Hometown Products, a metal casting and 3D printing company near Youngstown, Ohio. I hear it's amazing what he's done. In 2008, the company was nearing bankruptcy. It looked like it couldn't be saved, but that's when Mark patented a system to boost productivity at the company by more than 400%. Mark would like to use you in government. How would you? If you could use that system in government, that would be very nice. He transformed Hometown into a pioneer in 3D printing, and he's leading everybody. And today, they're North America's leading producer of 3D printed sand cores and molds, which is a big business. And Mark, we're here to honor you today, and if you could come up, we're going to give you a little something. Come on up. Hey, Mark. I want to get one of them for myself. I'll honor myself. That's very nice. Would you like to say a few words?
Mr. President and Administrator Loeffler, I would like to thank you for the opportunity and the privilege to represent the 36 million small business people, to be an ambassador for the largest part of our economy. And I would like to thank you from the Hometown Products Industrial Athletes team that I have the privilege of serving every day as their head coach. But even more, I would like to thank you, Mr. President, for restarting and rebooting our economy. And manufacturing used to be 38% of our economy, and it's down to 9%. And I know that you love America, and I know that you want to restart that. You know, in the last 3 months, the PMI index has gone up 3 months in a row because of that restart. We have 10% increase in hiring, and we'll be able to buy more of those $1 million printers that we're able to print the fight, fight, fight Trump statue that was in Butler with Corey. So I want to thank you from the bottom of my heart for loving America. And, you know, manufacturing is my favorite sport, so let's make America manufacture again.
That's good. That's a great job, and I heard it's a great company. You've done a fantastic job with it. Thank you very much. And You're right. We lost our manufacturing business, and I used to listen to President Obama say, "You'll never get manufacturing back. It's the biggest business in the world if you get it back." And we're heading to that. I think we'll be higher than at any time fairly soon. When these places open, I think we'll be higher than at any time in the history of our country. And we used to be a manufacturing capital. We were the manufacturing capital of the world, and then it got taken away. The chips went to Taiwan, and all they had to do is say, if you sell your product back into the country, there's going to be a 100% tariff, and nobody would have left. And, I made a investment, Intel, chip maker, the biggest in the world, and then it got taken away because of bad politics, actually, because of politicians, the presidents. No president protected that industry. So all of a sudden you have this superpower over in Taiwan. But they're coming back, as you know. We have the biggest companies they're pouring into this country. They know that the tariffs go to a certain extent, and then they go up as we go. But I will say that it's so sad to see what's happened, but it makes me so happy to say we're bringing it back. And as sure as you're sitting there, I mean, these are companies that are fully committed. There are many under construction. They're on their way. And when I look at what happened to our country, I used to make speeches as a private person. I always loved politics, but I never thought I'd be doing this. But as a private person doing well, I used to just marvel at the fact that the car companies were leaving Detroit and leaving our country at levels that were just, I say, you're not going to have any cars soon if you don't do something. And all they had to do is say, you can leave our country, you can have lots of fun building your cars, but if you think you're going to sell it back into our country for no cost, you're wrong. But nobody said that. Not one president, even presidents I liked, but they were bad on trade. You've never had a good president on trade, and now you do, and we're bringing them back at levels never seen before. So we're going to have something. And as far as small business is concerned, you are really the driver. I love that story because that's the kind of story that half of the people, I'm not sure about all of them, I'm not sure about Rick, but most of the people in this room would have thought of that. They would have said, well, what about surfacing that stone, that existing stone? But it's just, one example. It's such a great one because it's massive amounts of money and time and a disaster of construction for years. They'll be building and building and building, a mess. What common sense is all about. And you people more than anything, I know you all indirectly. If I don't know you, I still know you. But the fact is, it's common sense. And if you didn't have common sense, you would not have a good business, and you wouldn't have a good small business, big business, or any other business. So I just want to congratulate Mark. I want to congratulate. It's a great tribute, really. You've done an amazing job. But I want to congratulate everybody in the room. You're fantastic people. And we are really, this is the golden age of America. I really believe it. Last year, we were scoffed at. I tell the story often that the king of Saudi Arabia, a year and a half ago when I was over there, he said, America was a dead country. We didn't think it would be investing. We didn't think it would be appropriate to invest there. We were a dead country. And now, President, you have the hottest country anywhere in the world. That was 7 or 8 months ago. We're a lot hotter than we were then. We had to do this little excursion, but the excursion is the stock market's higher now than it was when I assumed the market would be down 25%, and that was worth it to get rid of lunatics that would have nuclear weapons that can wipe out countries with the push of a button. You can't do that. So I had to do it because it should have been done 47 years. It should have been done by many presidents or other countries. Should have been done a long time ago, but we're doing it, and we have no choice, and I'm very proud to be doing it. But the amazing thing, I thought would be down 20, 25%. I thought the market would be down. The market's at new highs, despite all of it. And so the market is genius, and they see what's happening, and they get it. But I just want to say it's an honor to be with you, and keep going. Small businesses, some of your small businesses like yours are going to be large businesses very soon. And it's an honor to be with you, and Kelly and Chris and all of the people that work with me. What a great job you do. We appreciate it. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
All right, so that was President Trump. Talked a bit about the war. Just so people know, While he was talking, I was checking for war updates. If there was anything huge, I would have cut in. But there was not any kind of big update I saw the whole time he was talking. So I was not showing him and keeping important updates from you. I was pretty much checking throughout his speech updates about the war, but I haven't seen anything big since he started speaking. So, and you never know if he's going to talk about the war. So anyways, let me go back to this. I'm going to have to make myself some food shortly because I haven't eaten. Where is... there. He didn't really comment on the events of today that I remember. He didn't really talk about this new U.S. Effort to get ships through the Strait of Hormuz. I don't know if he mentioned it at all. By the way, quick thanks to Brenda G. and Fiona Diamond for your support. I am Charlie. Christian Lindstrom from Sweden. Spicy Tuna Roll. Goodbye HD. Goodbye GHD. So Michi. M. Rod RM. I am Charlie. Old Soldier. Lone Wolf. Lone 49 Wolf. Thanks for the memberships. Kerry Poteet. Miss Link. Thanks for the memberships, Miss Link. Spicy Tuna Roll. 24 Benjamin. Sober Millennial. And also HR Puffin Stuff for subscribing on Twitch. And Ann Lynn Austin for the gift sub on Twitch. Thank you. Also, just to show you on a map, that shooting that was at... Oh, there's going to be a media briefing. Hey, Secret Service media briefing coming up about the shooting. There will be a media briefing at 15th and Jefferson shortly. The incident resulted from a confrontation between an armed individual and Secret Service police. This is near the Washington Monument. I thought that before President Trump walked in, I heard like this boom sound and I said, oh, that sort of sounds like a gunshot, but that's probably not a gunshot. We might have heard a gunshot when we were waiting for him to walk in. I don't remember the time code, but I remember hearing something and I actually did think that to myself. This is where I'll show you where this happened. The police shot this person at 15th and Independence. And I believe it's this 15th and Independence right here. There's the Washington Monument there. And then the White House is up here. So it's a few blocks away from the White House. There's the White House. There's the Washington Monument. There's the intersection. So I don't know what this was about. What I'll do is, I don't know if we'll be able to see that. They say they're doing a briefing at the intersection. I don't know that I'll have video of that for you. We'll probably hear something shortly, though, about what happened. A confrontation between an armed individual and Secret Service police. I wonder what the armed individual was doing there. We'll have to see what they say. I haven't seen the other reporting on it, but I wonder what it was about. All right, so I'll let you know what we hear about that. And I also wanted to mention, one of our viewers mentioned Flight Radar 24. There are a number of, I guess, refueling tankers. That's a refueling tanker flying around in the Persian Gulf near Iran and near the Strait of Hormuz. That's another American refueling tanker. That's not a refueling tanker. But we've seen this earlier. We saw the same thing, 2 refueling tankers flying around here. Then there's also a refueling tanker there. There is a refueling tanker there. Now, it's possible that this happens a lot. We just don't see them on with their transponders on. I don't know. But there's 3 of them right there. A bunch of refueling tankers, guys. That's one right there. These are to refuel planes, U.S. planes. And again, a lot of them are near. Yeah, we showed these 2 already. They're near near Iran and near the Strait of Hormuz. That's that one right there. There's one right. Hey, there's another one here. Look at this one. This one's flying around too. Which one is it? There's one and there's one and there's one. That one looks like it's going back. But this one's flying around. That's on the Gulf of Oman. Remember, the naval blockade is also in effect, so some of these could be helping out with that. There's another one right there. So there's a bunch of these refueling tankers here. 1, 2, 3, 4. I can just eyeball a bunch of them. 6, 7. That one right there. You can go to the you can find this at flightradar24.com. Hey, by the way, thanks to Kerry Poteet, gave 20 people memberships. Wow. Make sure you thank Kerry if you got a membership from Kerry, or somebody else if you got a membership or a gift subscription for them. Thank you, Kerry Poteet. That's very nice of you. George Hamill says it's not normal air traffic for the past month in this area. Well, there's 2 operations going on. There's the blockade going on, and there's also this operation to open up the Strait of Hormuz, and also to free ships and move ships out of the Gulf through the Strait of Hormuz. So I can't speak to why they're there now, and if anything in particular different is going on there right this second. I think you can filter military aircraft on this as well. I mean, I can. Yeah, those are all military or government there. But these are all, I think these are all refueling tankers. Then we got another one there, and we got one there above the UAE. A couple of them above the UAE. Then there's one there. These are above Saudi Arabia. I wonder if they have fighter jets to like shoot down missiles or drones. And maybe that's why they have refueling tankers above all these places. And a lot of these are refueling tankers. We have one over here. So that is interesting. We'll keep an eye on that. And then if you missed it, I mean, the short version of what happened today is the U.S. began an operation to clear this, to open up the Strait of Hormuz to commercial shipping. And the U.S. said a couple of U.S. flagged ships were as part of this operation, they are focusing first on getting ships that have been trapped in the Gulf out through the Strait of Hormuz. The U.S. said that 2 different U.S. flagged ships had gone through the Strait of Hormuz, but also the U.S. said that Iran had fired on, let me get you the right language here, just to summarize what happened. You can see here from AP, U.S. pushes to reopen Strait as Iranian attacks on UAE strain ceasefire. U.S. military said Iran launched missiles, drones, and small boats at ships the U.S. is protecting in the Strait of Hormuz. Admiral Brad Cooper, the head of Central Command, said during a news conference each and every one of the threats had been defeated. The U.S. Central Command said the U.S. military had sunk 6 Iranian small boats that were targeting civilian vessels in the Strait of Hormuz. U.S. military said that they had cleared a pathway in the Strait of Hormuz that is free of any Iranian mines in an effort to allow commercial vessels to transit the narrow waterway. U.S. military said it had set up a defensive umbrella that includes American helicopters and fighter planes to protect the freighters leaving the strait. CENTCOM said that Iran initiated aggressive behavior in the Strait of Hormuz today. See, it says Admiral Cooper noted it was Iran that initiated aggressive behavior in the Strait of Hormuz. And then Iran, in response apparently to this new operation by the U.S., Iran fired missiles and drones at the UAE, and it appears at Oman as well. The UAE said it had engaged a number of missiles and drones launched from Iran today. This would be the first launches of this sort since the ceasefire began in early April. 12 ballistic missiles, 3 cruise missiles, and 4 drones were fired at the UAE. Also, Oman said a residential building was targeted, which is presumably targeted by Iran. Also, a South Korean ship, President Trump said a South Korean ship President Trump said on social media that Iran had taken some shot at a South Korean cargo ship. South Korean government reported that a South Korean ship had an explosion and was on fire. They didn't say why, but President Trump appeared to say that Iran was responsible. And there were 2 other ships reported on fire in the Strait of Hormuz by the UK MTO today. One of them might have been the South Korean ship. You can see here, authorities in Fujairah, the UAE, said an Iranian drone that sparked a fire at an oil facility there today left 3 Indian nationals injured. The British military's UKMTO announced a cargo ship was on fire off the coast of the UAE as the nation warned of incoming attacks from Iran. There were several times today the UAE issued missile alerts for incoming missiles and drones from Iran. So that's a brief summary of the kind of stuff that's been going on today. Certainly, we haven't seen anything about like this since the ceasefire started. And I mean, if the U.S. is going to keep trying to move ships through the Strait of Hormuz, I'm certainly thinking that Iran might try to retaliate for it. CENTCOM said U.S. Navy guided missile destroyers are currently operating in the Arabian Gulf / Persian, meaning the Persian Gulf. After transiting the Strait of Hormuz in support of Project Freedom, American forces are actively assisting efforts to restore transit for commercial shipping. As a first step, 2 U.S.-flagged merchant vessels have successfully transited through the Strait of Hormuz and are safely headed on their journey. Why is Iran attacking the U.S.? They have been attacking the UAE. Throughout the war, Iran has been attacking other countries because they're not going to be able to compete directly attacking against the U.S. military. So their strategy would be to cause damage, economic damage, cause damage in other countries, to do things that would put pressure on the U.S. and Israel to stop the war. So that is something they have been doing as part of their strategy the whole war. Oh, hey guys. I saw an update here from Fox News Digital. Hold on a moment here. From Sarah Rumpf Witten at Fox News Digital. She says, per federal sources to Fox Digital, suspect pulled out a gun near the White House, prompting Secret Service to engage and shoot the individual. Suspect believed to be alive and taken to hospital. Situation appears to be contained with no immediate indication of larger threat. Now, this wasn't right next to the White House. Half-mile from the White House. Secret Service uniformed, Fox News says Secret Service officers engaged the individual after the person pulled a gun. That's from Fox News. All right, so that's a Fox News update on the shooting near the Washington Monument. They say the person is alive and was taken to a hospital, and the situation appeared to be quickly contained with no immediate indication of a broader threat. Coco Pellispirit says, I was there last weekend. What I need to do is I need to take 5 minutes and put some food in the air fryer. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to take 5 minutes and do that. Will we see more hostilities tonight or not? I have no idea. It's 12:46 a.m. Iran time. All right, let me do that. By the way, shout out to our moderators. Really appreciate it. We have moderating right now. Just to name our moderators who are here, we have people like Bastion Girl, Big Ball of Yarn, Good Luck Duck, Idaho Star, Matthew Kohai 3, and Surly Dev. Thank you. Linda Belk, Larry, Misha over on X, moderate for us there. Thanks so much. Kay Lowry Body has been moderating on Facebook. Thanks to Diane Allworth and Barry Eisler for subscribing over there. Beth Mythical is moderating over on YouTube. Thanks, Beth. All right, so allow me to do this. Let me take about 5 minutes and put some food in the air fryer. Then I will come back. And we'll talk some more as we bring you live coverage. Oops. I'll be back in about 5 minutes, and I will see you in about 5 minutes. Thank you for your patience. I am making some food right now. Thank you for your Oops, I'm also hearing two of myself. We should do we'll probably do a poll question after I eat. Hang on one second here. Oil price check. Oil is at WTI US crude is about 105, up about 3% today. Brent crude is up about 5% today, 113.5 or so. So what happens? Oh, is oil closed? Because oil closes during the day. I think our viewers told me that. One of our viewers said it's closed. Well, I think the different markets close at different. I think the different markets might close at like for an hour or two each day, depending on which oil you're talking about. Are they both closed at the moment? I don't know. I tried to look this up like last week and I got some different answers. Ninja Baseball Batman said from 5 to 6 they're closed. So maybe they're not open right this second. So we'll keep an eye on that. I mean, a big question is, will we see any kind of more hostilities? If we go over again to Flight Radar 24, you have all of these U.S. refueling aircraft. Look at this. 3 of them here. There are 3 U.S. refueling aircraft in the Persian Gulf near the Strait of Hormuz. That one just got there. Maybe it's going to replace one of the other ones. This one just got there. Then you have this, which was over here, but maybe it's going back now. Then this one, looks like maybe it's replacing it. I don't know. Then you have some of them over the UAE, a couple of them flying over UAE. Then you have some of them over Saudi Arabia. This is a Globemaster 3. What's that, a cargo plane? That's a cargo plane, the Globemaster. Anyways. You know what? Give me, those are all military planes there. Give me about 15 seconds. Yeah, I'm making my food right now. But while I'm eating, if some kind of huge thing happens, I can stop eating and then I can stop eating and then just come right back on the air. Hold on a second here. I mean, the stream will be live, but I'm saying I can just come in here if I'm eating and something big happens. El Kime says they're supporting the aircraft involved in the escorting activity. To be clear, I'm not aware that the U.S. is actually escorting any ships. There's U.S. planes and ships in the area. I don't know that they're actually escorting next to ships through the Strait of Hormuz. But yeah, I mean, they have the operation to open the strait and the blockade both going on at the same time. So presumably they're supporting those two operations. Ron Stahlcup thinks it's going to pop off tonight. Thanks, Stephen Briones. Stephen says, in the immortal words of the great boxing referee Mills Lane, let's get it on. John Chambers says 3 naval ships are in the strait as we speak. Where is it? What is the source for that? What is the source for that report? Hold on a moment here. Just checking some different sources here. I'm going to have to take about 15 seconds in a second. What am I looking at here? Where did it go? Give me 15 seconds. Give me 15 more seconds. Hold on. Yeah, very soon I'm going to eat and leave the stream going. That's what we're going to do. Should we, when I go to when I go to eat, should I leave it on flight radar or should I leave it on flight radar? Is probably going to be more interesting to look at than marine traffic because you're not going to see, I mean, the ships don't go that fast on the screen. So maybe it might be more interesting for you guys if we leave flight radar on. Both is not going to work. It's going to be too small. There's no easy way to show both. I'm not going to put both up there. Now for flight radar, I guess I could I have the filter on for military planes. So maybe I'll leave that filter up. Everything on the screen is going to be military. I'll actually put something up. I'll say current screen showing military planes only. Why is this doing this? So I can put that there. That's zoomed in too much. What if I do it like that? Oops. All right. So why don't we do this? And I'm going to come back after I eat. But if something happens while I'm eating, I will come here. I will come in. I will not wait. Does that sound like a reasonable plan? I think. All right. So I appreciate people being here for the stream. Again, I'll be back in a little bit after I eat. And I'm going to leave Flight Radar 24 up. And I'll see you in a little bit. Hello, everyone. Thank you for your patience. We are back here live. Thanks, by the way, Carrie Poteet for gift membership. Very nice of Carrie Poteet. Thank you. So we've been looking here at Flight Radar 24, a number of U.S. refueling aircraft. Look at all these refueling aircraft. There are 3 of them. There are 3 U.S. refueling tankers going in circles, going in ovals, in the Persian Gulf, not far from the Strait of Hormuz. Look at that, 3 of them. There's that one and this one. But these 3 right here. Seed Music says there was more a little while ago. And we have more over here. We have these over here. These 2 circling right here. Then a bunch some over the UAE as well. So these are all going to be refueling other planes. Not to mention these over here. So lots of refueling going on. I haven't heard, though, of any new hostilities since for hours ago, but you never know what's going on right now. Excuse me. Yes, as Austin says, it is 2:03 a.m. Iran time right now. By the way, an update on the shooting near the Washington Monument. The person whose identity was unknown was shot about 3:30 p.m. near the Washington Monument after Vice President J.D. Vance passed by in a motorcade. This is from the Washington Post. The Secret Service said our plainclothes officers and agents that consistently patrol the outer perimeter of the White House complex identified a suspicious individual that appeared to have a firearm. The individual tried to flee on foot from officers before firing at them. They fired back, and that person was struck and taken to a hospital. Gunfire from the person, not from the Secret Service, struck a child who was in the area, but they did not sustain life-threatening injuries. Police said, Secret Service says it wasn't clear whom the person may have been targeting. Hope the child recovers quickly. I wish I had a transcript. I've seen articles about it, but there was a call that CENTCOM did today with reporters. But I wish I had the actual transcript. I have the transcript. Oh my gosh, I got the transcript. Well, this is good. We got to look at this. There you go. This is what CENTCOM said today. This is what we should look at right here. We're going to look at the transcript from the CENTCOM commander from earlier today. Fantastic. Let me just make sure I'm not seeing anything else at the moment. But we definitely want to look at that. Oh, the Iranian foreign minister posted. The Iranian foreign minister posted, here's what he had to say. Syed Abbas Araghchi. He said, events in Hormuz make clear that there's no military solution to a political crisis. As talks are making progress with Pakistan's gracious effort, the U.S. should be wary of being dragged back into quagmire by ill-wishers. So should the UAE. Project Freedom is Project Deadlock. So the foreign minister is saying to the U.S., don't do this thing where you're trying to open up the Strait of Hormuz with the military, because there's no military solution to a political crisis. We have a winner for our comment of the day. Our comment of the day goes to Ronnie Dyer. So if you remember about 30 seconds ago to a minute ago, I pulled up the CENTCOM, I pulled up the CENTCOM, the actual, literally the transcript of the CENTCOM press conference today with the CENTCOM commander. And I said, we're going to read the transcript. And then I showed you the post from the Iranian foreign minister. And the comment from Ronnie Dyer was, you read Iran media and not CENTCOM, Iran propaganda. That is the comment of the day. Congratulations to Ronnie Dyer. In addition to all the other CENTCOM stuff I read today. Okay, that being said, we are going to look at the transcript. Thanks to Jeff TE88 PFCR for the membership. Thanks, Jeff. Okay, so I want to show you, because I've seen articles. So this is where the CENTCOM commander talks about what happened today. All right, so let's look at this. CENTCOM commander. Today, the U.S. military is taking two separate actions in two separate bodies of water. First, as many of you have already covered, excuse me. As many of you have already covered, we're enforcing the blockade in the Gulf of Oman. There is no commerce going into and out of Iran, and we will be sustaining this effort. Second, we have now opened a passage through the Strait of Hormuz to allow for the free flow of commerce to proceed. As the president announced yesterday, U.S. forces in the Middle East are supporting efforts to restore freedom of navigation through the Strait of Hormuz for commercial shipping. So they say we have opened a passage through the Strait of Hormuz. The United States has assumed the risk. I should put caption on the screen. Just so people know what we're looking at. The U.S. has assumed the risk for the international community to open the strait. In fact, just hours ago, the U.S. set the example for others to follow by successfully supporting the transit of two U.S.-flagged merchant vessels through the strait. These ships are now safely headed on their journey, having conducted the journey through the strait uneventfully. Overall, this is inherently a defensive operation. Very important point. It's a defensive operation. We are employing U.S. ballistic missile defense-capable destroyers, over 100 land and sea-based aircraft, multi-domain unmanned platforms, meaning under the sea, on the sea, and from the air, and 15,000 service members to extend this defensive umbrella across the Strait of Hormuz to protect our forces, and also a commitment to defend commercial shipping. So they say that they have all of these assets that are defending commercial shipping. Now, one question I have, a question I immediately have here is, so they're saying they have all these resources in the Gulf and in the Strait of Hormuz, the planes and the boats and the soldiers and everything, to protect ships, to keep them safe. So does that, I mean, if that's what's keeping the ships safe, does that mean that the U.S. military can never leave the area, or else the ships won't be safe anymore? Do you see what I'm saying? If the only way that they're allowing ships to go through is by having this enormous military presence. How is that going to keep the ship safe when the military isn't there anymore? Anyways, unless there's some sort of plan to keep the military there indefinitely. Austin says an international coalition will be built. Is that going to happen? Is there going to be a permanent, huge military presence to keep ships safe? I don't know. But something I was wondering about. All right, anyways. To give some perspective of the U.S. commitment, the CENTCOM commander said, vessels currently in the Arabian Gulf, these are these shipping vessels, I guess, well, I would assume at least mostly shipping vessels, represent 87 countries from around the world. He's not talking about military vessels. Represent 87 countries from around the world, and as the president mentioned, they are mostly neutral and innocent bystanders. Over the last 12 hours, we have reached out to dozens of ships and shipping companies to encourage traffic flow through the strait, consistent with the president's intent to help guide ships safely through the narrow trade corridor. I don't know if ships are generally going to take the U.S. up on this offer on this encouragement. This news has been quite enthusiastically received, and we're already beginning to see movement. The president has also said that if the process is interfered with, we will react forcefully. And over the last 12 hours, Iran has interfered. The Revolutionary Guard has launched multiple cruise missiles, drones, and small boats at ships that we are protecting. We have defeated each and every one of those threats through the clinical application of defensive munitions. So they say that they have shot down cruise missiles and drones. They also said they sunk small boats. Now, it is the case that a South Korean ship was reportedly hit, and there were at least two ships. I don't know if the South Korean is one of those two, but UKMTO reported two ships on fire in the strait. Now, I don't know if those were ships that the U.S. wasn't protecting. I don't know. Anyways, the commander of CENTCOM says, the distinction from my perspective is crystal clear. U.S. forces are helping the international community in restoring the flow of global commerce, while the Revolutionary Guard, on the other hand, is doing everything it can to terrorize and threaten commercial shipping. My operational assessment overall is that the U.S. military has the clear advantage. We have an enormous amount of capability and firepower concentrated in and around the strait, including AH-64 Apache and MH-60 Seahawk helicopters used just this morning to eliminate 6 Iranian small boats threatening commercial shipping. So we're backing up commitment with action. We also have A-10s, F-15s, F-16s, F-18s, F-35s, the A-18 Growlers, RC-135s, KC-46s, and KC-135 fixed-wing aircraft, and numerous U.S. warships, including destroyers, 2 carrier strike groups, an amphibious readiness group, and the Marine Expeditionary Unit. Iranian forces are strongly advised to remain well clear of U.S. assets and personnel operating in international waters in and near the Strait of Hormuz. The U.S. commanders who are on the scene have all the authorities necessary to defend their units and to defend commercial shipping, as we saw and demonstrated earlier today. Again, the U.S. says that it shot down cruise missiles, drones, and destroyed small ships that were threatening commercial shipping in ships the U.S. was protecting. I assume that means commercial ships, but ships the U.S. was protecting in the Gulf and Strait region. And finally, a couple of remarks that just this morning I returned from visiting our warfighters deployed to the region. I had the opportunity to visit with sailors and Marines aboard the amphibious assault ship Tripoli and the guided missile destroyer USS Milius, and express my thanks for their efforts during the ongoing blockade, which is going exactly as designed, and frankly exceeding my own expectations, talking about the blockade here. We remain fully committed to total enforcement of the naval blockade, and that is happening as we're on this call. Let me close finally by saying I just couldn't be prouder of all the men and women in the uniform serving across the Middle East. They're really doing tremendous work. and represent the strongest fighting force the world has ever known. And I know the American people share the same pride. Again, thanks for joining the call. I'm happy to take a few questions. All right, so we'll go over the questions that were asked. But that gives you a summary of, that tells you what CENTCOM had to say about this, at least initially. Hang on. I'm going to put it back on the screen here. Here we go. One of the viewers said ceasefire over. I don't know. We did a poll on this earlier. Most of you thought yes. All right. Taking questions at the CENTCOM briefing earlier today. Courtney Kuby, NBC. Can you talk a little bit more about how Iran has, you said, it interfered? So you said 6 Iranian small boats were eliminated today. I assume that means they were blown up by Apaches. Can you talk a little bit more about what preceded that exactly? And then the cruise missiles, how were they shot down? And were any of them actually targeting the U.S., any U.S. Navy ships? Or were they specifically going after the U.S. flagship that the U.S. was guiding? Thanks for the question. So I can break it down in broad terms. The cruise missiles were going after both U.S. Navy ships, but mostly after commercial shipping. So CENTCOM says Iran today fired missiles at U.S. Navy ships and commercial shipping. We defended both ourselves and consistent with our commitment, we defended all the commercial ships. We've had drones launched against commercial ships, all of which were defended against, consistent with our commitment, and by the small boats were all going against commercial ships, and all were sunk by Apaches and Seahawk helicopters. All right, Wall Street Journal, Laura Seligman. Hi. A couple of questions. Have any U.S. military ships or U.S. flagships been hit by Iranian missiles? And then also, since we've now exchanged fire with Iran, does that mean the ceasefire is now over? Admiral Cooper, yes, I can confirm there's been no U.S. military ships hit, and there's been no U.S. flagships that have been hit. Ships flying the U.S. flag, like commercial ships. And I wouldn't go into the details of whether the ceasefire is over or not. I think the key thing is we're merely there as a defensive force and to give a very thick layered defense to commercial shipping to allow them to proceed out of the Arabian Gulf. That's what we're focused on. What we saw this morning was Iran initiating aggressive behavior. We are simply going to respond to that consistent with the president's direction. And to follow up, the UAE port of Fujairah, I believe, and other ships have been hit. Right, so Fujairah was hit today by Iran, other ships hit by Iran. We're hearing reports from the region. Are we protecting those assets and the port as well? And I guess a further evidence that the ceasefire is over. Admiral Cooper, yeah, I wouldn't want to get into the details of what we're protecting and what we're not protecting. I wouldn't want to tip our hand on that. But in the case of the Fujairah attack in the UAE, which has been reported, I'd really refer to the UAE on that. That's really a matter under their national district jurisdiction and not part of our Project Freedom operation. Okay, hold on a moment here. Thanks, Jeff T88. Yeah, I know this is, as I said earlier, this is from earlier today. We showed you, I think I mentioned the time before, that this is from earlier today. But I'm reading it because all I saw earlier today was just stories that quoted little pieces of it, or reports of pieces of it. And I was saying, well, I wish I had the transcript so we could read it ourselves. And so I found the transcript. So I'm going over it so we can see the details ourselves. Thanks so much, Jeff TE88, PFCR. I really appreciate it. Okay. And then Jennifer Griffin, Fox News. How did the cruise missiles get to the U.S. Navy ship before they were shot down? And the same with other U.S. ships. Oh, how close did the cruise missiles get to the U.S. Navy ship before they were shot down? And the same with the other U.S. ships. How close did the drones get as well? And did the 2 destroyers that are out there helping with that pathway, did they actually go through the Strait of Hormuz? Did they cross back and forth? What happened? Admiral Cooper, yeah, I don't want to get into specific details. All of the missiles and drones that were fired at both us and the commercial ships were effectively engaged. So that's good news. No personnel injuries in that regard. And also in terms of where specifically in the area, probably not worth getting into the details. What I will say is over the past several weeks, we've used low observable capability to clear that path. And we validated that in multiple ways. And then we took the risk by using U.S. flagships, commercial ships flagged in the U.S., to go through first, setting the example. Since then, we've had great communication with industry, as I mentioned, and ships. Multiple ships are already heading that way. So the summation of that is that we used our own military technology in a unique way to clear a free lane that's not obstructed in any way, shape, or form through the strait. Then we executed it by setting the example with U.S. ships, and over the top of all that, we have a U.S. military defensive umbrella. Jennifer Griffin. But just to follow up, did 2 U.S. destroyers or U.S. warships go through the strait in the last 24 hours? Admiral Cooper, yes, we have gone through the strait. As we sit here right now, we have multiple U.S. Navy guided missile destroyers operating in the Arabian Gulf. And those destroyers are not just there for themselves, they're there to help protect commercial shipping. They've done so already in their part of this broad air defense umbrella that includes helicopters, as I described, and fighter planes, as well as ISR. Next person, and I wanted to mention, I just looked this up, Intelligence, Surveillance, and Reconnaissance, ISR. Next, Daily Caller, Reagan Reese. Just a question of clarification. I apologize if you've mentioned this already. I just want to clarify that we're not escorting any ships specifically through. Ships are just placed in the strait, and more like sharing intel, it sounds like, about where the mines are. And then the second question, could you speak to what you think the damaging power is of these mines that are laid in the strait? Yeah, just the first part of that correct. There are not specific escorts. If I can just describe this overall, if you're escorting a ship, you're playing a kind of one-on-one. I think we have a much better defensive arrangement in this process where we have multiple layers that include ships, helicopters, aircraft, airborne early warning, and electronic warfare. We have a much broader defensive package than you would ever have if you were just escorting. I feel good about that. And it was proven just in the last couple of hours in terms of mines, In terms of mines, I'm not going to talk about specific capabilities. You know, they all have varying degrees of influence. I think the key thing about mines is that we have cleared an effective pathway for ships to leave at this point for the first time. There seems to be great enthusiasm to do that, so we're going to stay in contact with commercial shipping and support them along the way. How many ships are going to attempt to leave? I have no idea. Thanks, by the way, to Jerry Kovacs for your support. I appreciate it. Thanks for shouting out the mods, Jerry. Next, Al Arabiya, Pierre Ghanem. Thank you, Captain Admiral. Do you think that the Iranians have any chance against your forces? And if I may, the UAE is receiving a lot of threats in the last few hours. Do you think that the countries in the area are well used to defend themselves? I'll take the second part first. The UAE has exceptional capability. They're well positioned to defend themselves. And along the way, these last couple of months, they've been great teammates. In terms of the first one, Iranian military capability has been dramatically degraded over these last couple of months. I'll just give you an example. Just from this morning, in my experience, I have transited through the Strait of Hormuz probably 100 times in my career. You typically see between 20 and 40 small boats in the pack coming out. Today, we saw 6 and eliminated them quickly. I think this is an example of the degradation of their capability. It doesn't mean it's all gone, but it's highly degraded. Reuters' Phil Stewart, could you please explain the extent to which Iran is mining or attempting to mine the Strait of Hormuz? About mines, Admiral Cooper says, I think it's best to characterize it as it is not so extensive as that. We could use our exquisite technology to clear a pathway. What is this? About mines, I think it's best to characterize it as it is not so extensive as that. We couldn't use our exquisite technology to clear a pathway, which we've done over the last couple of weeks. We feel good about that. I don't know if that's a mistranscript, misparaphrasing, or misrepresentation. And then put this umbrella over the top of it. I'll just kind of leave it right there. I think he might be saying something like, if there were more mines, they couldn't have done what they did. Maybe. I'm not sure. Washington Examiner. Are there any lessons that we were learned during the operations over the last couple of years in the Red Sea that you think are applicable here during this environment? Yeah, I think, Admiral Cooper, I think it's a great lesson. I mean, one of the things in the U.S. military we do is we capture lessons learned and apply them in a meaningful way in a very rapid period of time. There's no one who takes lessons or is more agile than the U.S. military. I said dozens of lessons have been applied. Okay, I'll skip down here. The war zone. Thanks for doing this. Can you say, is this Project Freedom just a one-way effort to get ships out of the strait? Are you going to have them come in the strait as well? Escort them in the strait as well? Protect them in the strait as well? And also about the munitions used by the Apaches. Yeah, in terms of the pathway cleared, it will ultimately be a two-way path. Again, he's saying the U.S. military is trying to open the strait to commercial shipping so it can come in and out. The most important thing is getting ships in the near term out. And then over time, we'll also for sure see ships go in. We won't get into the munitions of how we're doing things tactically. I will just kind of put that off to the side, but the munitions that were used were very effective in the tactics of work as described. Stars and Stripes, Lara Court. Now that we're a couple of weeks into this kind of ceasefire period, we're starting to move ships through the strait. I wanted to ask if you could talk about plans for dependents who have evacuated the region. There have been a number of people who've been moved out of Bahrain. I'm not going to read the answer to this because it's a little bit off the topic of what we're talking about, but I'm going to put a link in the chat to this document so you can read it yourself. Carla Babb said, so 2 ships have gone through. Was that today? Should we see more coming through? Do you foresee that? And how many ships have been attacked and how many bases have been attacked since this restarted? There are other ships en route to take advantage of the passageway. So that's great news there. And as I mentioned, there's a lot of enthusiasm to be able to move out among the 87 countries impacted by this. And the second part of the question, how many ships have been attacked so far? I think best not to talk about the number. In an operational context, one of the lessons learned is don't tell the enemy. You know that they've been able to achieve or not achieve. In our case, we are confident and we know for certain we've been able to defeat the attacks, but I don't want the Iranians knowing what they're able to do, what that looked like, what the distances were. I just think that's, the type of approach, that type of approach is a big mistake. I think we're on a good path right now. Thank you so much. All right, so again, he says there's 2 operations. There's the blockade in the Gulf of Oman, blockade on Iran, and a opening of a passageway in the Strait of Hormuz that's allowing merchant vessels that have been, through no fault of their own, essentially held hostage for weeks, if not months, in the Gulf to leave. Okay, so I'm going to post a link to this transcript in the chat right now. I just posted it, and you can go back and reread the whole interview, but that was I'm glad they posted the transcript. That was the call that was done today by CENTCOM. And we just went through it. He says other ships are basically getting ready to go through this path. That could be happening right now. I don't know that they'd have their transponders on. So you could track them. I would think maybe not, but who knows? Maybe ships are going through the strait right now. I wonder, I mean, 2 went through today. So what kind of pace can they bring ships through? Even if they want to bring ships through, if there's, say, hundreds of ships, if it's a couple of days, that could take months of doing it every day, but I don't know what kind of rate they're talking about. Also, clearly, the U.S. military is taking a very active role in protecting ships that are going through, shooting down missiles, drones, shooting fast boats. So, again, I do wonder, how would, if the U.S. is able to allow ships to go through the strait by having a huge military presence there, does that mean that if the U.S. wants to keep the strait open, it's going to have to keep that huge military presence there indefinitely? Jerry Gramozzi said yesterday you said they wouldn't. I don't remember exactly what I said yesterday, but my guess is I said something like they wouldn't go without protection. These were 2 American flag ships that went through today. I don't know what kind of protection promises were made to them. Seems like it was a pretty robust protection going on. I don't think ships are going to go through if it's a decent chance if they think there's a decent chance of them getting hit. The Wall Street Journal said about several weeks ago that there were roughly 2,000 ships stuck in the Gulf. That was about a month ago. Now, I assume those are different sizes. But the Wall Street Journal said there were about 2,000 stuck in the Gulf. Yeah, Tony mentioned Merck ship. I think Merck made an announcement about this. No, not Merck. Is it Maersk? Yeah, Maersk said that Maersk announced today that a U.S. flagged vehicle carrier operated by its Faroe Lines subsidiary exited the Gulf, was one of the 2 ships that went through today. That's via Reuters. Oh, also, hang on. I had another update I was trying to pull up here. Yeah, this account Mossad Commentary mentioned that the the shipping company that operates the South Korean ship that had a fire today announced that the fire is extinguished. Hold on. So Yonhap News, South Korea says the shipping company that operates the cargo ship that had a fire break out today, along with an explosion in the Strait of Hormuz, the fire is extinguished. They will inspect the engine room in person later. It took about 4 hours to extinguish the fire. Cause of explosion not yet confirmed. That's according to Yonhap News, South Korea. Guys, people keep mentioning this shooting in D.C. This was hours ago. It was not right next to the White House. It was about a half block away. It was about a half a mile away. It was near the Washington Monument. But people keep talking about it as if it just is happening now. This was hours ago. I posted about it on my social media. We talked about it here. Secret Service saw a suspicious person with a gun. The person ended up firing at Secret Service. They fired back. He was shot and taken to the hospital. The person apparently hit a child bystander with a shot. The child has some sort of non-life threatening injury. Hope they feel better. Hope they recover soon. But yeah, I mean that is not a current story. That is not an active shooting incident. Numerous hours ago. Oh, I wanted to ask you guys a poll question. The poll question is, will there be more fighting in the next 24 hours? That is my poll question. Will there be more fighting in the next 24 hours? Jane Burke says, I hope not. Let's see what you guys have to say about this. You will think about it, and then you will post an answer if you so wish. By the way, thanks, Shaf, for the memberships. That's so nice of you. Thank you to Shaf. I appreciate that. Thanks, Laura G, for being a member. Thanks, Knox Corvus, for being a member. All right, I said, will there be more fighting in the next 24 hours? On YouTube, 83, ooh, I don't need that thing at the bottom there anymore. On YouTube, 83%, 84% say yes. Thanks, Jen Rochelle, for being a member. On Facebook, 77% say yes. Hold on, that I don't need. On Twitch, 88% say yes on Twitch. I mean, it seems what happened today is you had the stuff going on with U.S. moving a couple of ships through the Strait of Hormuz, and Iran launching some attacks, and the U.S. firing back and hitting and destroying 6 Iranian small boats, then Iran firing missiles and drones at the UAE and also apparently Oman. And then that's about what we heard about. We haven't heard more in several hours. Thanks, Jack's Animals, by the way, for subscribing, and Warlord Wolf for subscribing on Twitch. Jeff TE88 thinks it's a yes. Thank you, Jeff. Daughter of God says it's going to happen before the night is over. I don't know that I'll be covering the briefing live tomorrow morning. I assume it's going to be at 8 a.m. like they've been having them, the Hegseth Kane briefing. But if I'm not there to cover it live, I can always replay it after. Thank you for voting in our poll. Most of you think there will be fighting in the next 24 hours. Oh, and thanks also Jeff TE88 for the gift memberships. It's very nice of Jeff TE88. Gave 5 people memberships. Make sure you thank him or somebody else if they give you a membership or gift subscription. Thanks for voting in the poll. On Facebook, it was 79% yes. One moment. Our viewer PW360 says, could both sides be doing the escalate to de-escalate thing? Daniel Lombard says, why isn't there a trail of ships exiting the strait if it's safe? Well, as I mentioned, I think it's very possible that if ships are exiting the strait, they don't have their transponders on. They're not sending out a tracking signal. I'm not aware that you could see the 2 that left today on tracking. So maybe that's just something they turn it off just to make it harder for Iran to track them. There could be other ships that are going through the strait right now that we don't know about. I'd like to know. Debbie K says, I would think the most sensible projection for our future in the Hormuz Strait by ourselves, Iran without us is going to charge for the ships to go through. So she thinks that if we weren't there, Iran would charge tolls. Again, I don't know how that's going to play, how it's going to work out. If the only thing keeping Iran from attacking the shipping is the U.S. military there. David Joe Klotz says, I don't know what Trump is waiting for. Iran will not surrender via negotiation. Hey, thanks, by the way, to Brian Daviow and Pete DePrado for the Facebook stars. You know, I'm kind of thinking that maybe with things a little quiet at the moment, maybe this would be a good time to take a break. Because I don't know. I mean, stuff could happen at any time. Stuff could happen at 2 a.m. I have no idea at this point. So I think it wouldn't be the worst idea. Because I have no idea when we'll, when all this, how this is all going to play out. I mean, take a break with the stream. And if something happens in a half an hour, I can just start another stream. But I don't have a lot of updates to give you at the moment. So I think that might be the best thing to do. Danny G says it's a waiting game. As I say, it's a marathon, not a sprint. Yeah, I'm going to do that. So, yeah, I don't know. I don't know where this is going. There could be more news about fighting in 10 minutes, or we could not hear anything till tomorrow, or what? Or longer. I don't know. But I think that we're going to take a little break right now. So I appreciate you guys being here for this stream, and I will be watching this tonight. And if there's some kind of big thing, we'll just come on and do another stream. Nothing keeping us from doing that. It could happen. But I appreciate you being here, and I will keep you updated. I would suggest that you turn on the notifications for the channel, because you never know when we're going to be coming on the air to cover new news, and the notifications are free. And if you sign up, you get sent a notification before we go live every single time. They work really well. The mods will post a link in the chat to sign up for the free notifications. You can find the sign up link in the description of this video on Facebook and YouTube. But I would highly suggest sign up for the free notifications so you know when we're streaming and you don't miss a live stream if you don't want to. Also, I will be posting on my X account, which is @Lookner. Oops, that's not it. @Lookner on X. I will post updates there if I'm hearing them when we're off the air. So you can follow me over there. But I really appreciate everybody tuning in to our coverage, and also everybody who has been sending me comments and questions, letting me read them on the air, sending me news updates. Thank you so much. And as I said, if something big happens tonight, we'll just do another stream. It's fine with me. Take the break while I can. Hey, also huge thanks to our moderators. They are awesome. They are the reason that we can have chat rooms, our mods, keeping things under control and respectful there. People like Haley Girl and Beth Mythical over there on YouTube. There right now, and Roberts May Queen and all of our other YouTube moderators. Huge thank you. And our Twitch moderators, Good Luck Duck, LB Prairie Dawn, Idaho Star, Matthew Kohai 3, and Surly Dev. And all of our other Twitch moderators, Linda Belk, Larry, Misha, our X moderators, thank you. Our Facebook moderators, K. Larry Body. Thanks, Kay. Andrea Holder, Shannon Davis Hughes, Paul Anderson. Thank you. And thanks to everybody who supported the channel today. It's really nice of you guys. That's what allows the channel to exist, is your support. Did I get everybody? I hope I did. I think I got everybody. But again, thanks so much for your support of the channel. Very nice of you, and it's greatly appreciated. Oh, by the way, if you're on X, I would follow. Another good way to find out when we're live, follow our X account at Agenda Free TV. I always give you a heads up there before we go live. I post updates about the channel there at Agenda Free TV. If we're coming on again, I'll post there too. And we do have a chat where you can chat with other viewers for free. Our Discord chat, a bunch of our viewers like doing the chat. Check out the Discord chat. It's free. It's the same link as the free notifications link. And big thanks to our Discord mods who mod on our Discord chat. Really appreciate it. Also, for those of you who watch on YouTube, I would suggest turn on the YouTube notifications. Another good way to find out when we're live. To do that, what you need to do is subscribe to the channel, then click the bell and choose all notifications. If you're already subscribed, well, make sure you click the bell and choose all notifications to get the YouTube notifications. I also want to thank our Facebook subscribers for supporting the channel, like Diane Allworth and Barry Eisler and Brian Daviow and Kay Lowry Body and Diane Allworth. Did I say Diane already? I might have. It's okay. Sophie Coretta. Thank you, Sophie. And all of our other subscribers over there on Facebook. And our Twitch subscribers, like Uncle Fester, Wall Street, Shaggy, Tribal Convictions, Gina Pina, thank you, Chi-Town Bears, Cece, Tatsiki, My Mind Spray, Hugh J, Naomi Russo, Sandy Doggo, Simp Nasty Scrimp, thanks for subscribing. Leisure 321, did I say Bogan? I might have. Hugh J, and Land24N, thank you for subscribing. Flux Eternus, thanks for subscribing on Twitch. Justin D. Winters, Girly Sound, thank you. Tuna, Oshimat, I think it is. Thanks for subscribing. Alperer 420 and all of our other Twitch subscribers. Our YouTube members too, like Ben Van, Evelyn in Maine, Jerry Kovacs, PTGR Strategies, Truth WSYF, the one and only, John Turpin, Roy 1822, thanks for being a member. KDS Dad, Dom Machine, Benny Hill, Ken Lance, Anti-Antifa 50, Truth WSYF, Kerry Poteet, JK Sinar. Did it say Chevy Dad? Jane Jones, Per Holstrand, Lisa Jennings, Roger Shoemaker. Thanks to all of our members. North Midwest Buzzsaw, Bunker Buster, Amy Celeste, Johnny Boy, Elmo, Jared, Lisa Sawyer, thank you. Michelle Asiavati, Rocket J Squirrel, Bluesy Girl, Fiona Diamond. Did I say David Joe Klotz? I think I did. All of our other members over there, thanks to all of our members. Thanks to everybody else watching. Sarcasm BTC, thank you. Vanessa Satsimara, thanks for watching. Big Nate. John Pendleton, thanks for watching. Thanks also to Nikki Newark. Thanks for watching. Julie Shields, thanks for watching over there on Facebook. Romy Na, thanks. All right, we're going to take a little break now. Let me just check and make sure nothing crazy is happening before I get off the air, but I can always come back on the air to cover new developments. So I will be watching. One minute here. All right, guys. It is time. It is time for us to take a break. So I'm going to take a break right now. I will be keeping an eye on things. And if there is big news tonight, we will come back on the air. Who knows? There could be big news in 5 minutes. We'll have to wait and see. All right. So that is it for now. Thank you for joining us for our live update on the Iran war. More coverage to come. We'll see you soon with more live breaking news coverage right here at Agenda Free TV.